This leader is provided to permit the projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before the film begins.
Check 1, 2. Good morning. You guys hear me out there? Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Everybody's doing well out there? Got a few minutes left. Got a few things got to do here. Good morning. Woo, baby. See what we got going on here. Good morning, everybody. One more day. Countdown to the Fed day. If you chased that hole last night, let me know in the chat if you're going to take the money and run or hold the bell. See if I can switch this over. We know what you're going to do here. I didn't chase the hole last night. I wanted to. In the stream, I was like, man, under any normal circumstance, this is a beautiful hole right here to chase. As a matter of fact, in the after hours up here, there was a great opportunity. We had talked about this crossover into the close that normally I would take that 0-day puts into here. But recently when I've done this, it hasn't paid. This one looks like it's paying. We've got 5 minutes left, so which is good. But the last 10 times, they haven't paid. So it not being a sure thing, coming into FOMC, I didn't want to risk the cash market being bought before we opened this morning. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to go flat. Now, with that said, yesterday I have a few points for you this morning. Yesterday, one of the points I have to review today was that yesterday I was like, I think we're flat into these rate decisions. And but I didn't know the data. That's just my recollection. So I went back and looked, and we just trend into FOMC rate decisions. We don't actually, it's not like a Fed meeting, or it hasn't been. If we're trending up, we continue to trend up into these rate decisions. If we trend down, we trend down into these rate decisions. So I'm wrong. And with that said, I do wonder if we can trade down into this rate decision. I can't guarantee it, but I'll show you. I'll show you here. The reason I'm saying this is because we got the nice cross here on the 5-minute yesterday, which is a key for us to continue lower into today. The implied move in the market is not that low, though. It's 413.17, 416.50 on the upside. I hate these days. These days before, I feel like there's always a trap in here. Normally as a bull, I feel like I didn't see it when I looked back, but I always feel like we go up and then you get trapped at like 1:30, 3:30 in the afternoon. They lock your ass in. And then there's this like promise of going down into FOMC. And then they trap your ass in there too as a bear. So you kind of like locked in. Maybe it's the reverse today if you're a bear. That we sell down and then you get locked into the opposite side of that trade here. Anyways, I looked back on the data. It didn't seem to say that. It seemed like it didn't care. Rate decisions specifically. We have some rate decision stuff to go over today as well. 9:28, 2 minutes left. If I want to know if you're going to hold, if you're in puts here or not. Personally, I'd probably take the money, but you guys have to make your own decisions on what you're going to do. I'm going to let this open up and breathe. I would like to take some puts here, though. Personally, if that's how we're going to be with this rate decision, where the market's just going to trade where it's supposed to be going, maybe I'll just get some puts if there's a chance here in the bell. Otherwise, though, flat on at least on 0 dates, 1 dates, that kind of stuff. The second thing that we have to go over today would be this like sell in May, go away. Yesterday we talked about price targets on sell in May, go away. We've got 43 seconds until the opening bell. When I was talking yesterday about it, and we looked at the algorithm. And I wanted to just say, like, I said this yesterday, but temper your expectations on what that sell in May entails too. We still have Apple reporting, and even so, yesterday when we were looking at that algorithm, it showed 440. Zigzags are showing 440. As long as we hold the channel, trend should continue. So I think it was 443 or something like that we're looking at yesterday. So just be patient. We'll look at it today. And we're going to go over what Tim Rose said in his article yesterday and find out there was some concerning. I reread that article yesterday after the close, and I had some concern with some of what was said. There was some talk about not just a pause or the 25 BPS and pause. There was whispers of rate cut in that article. So I want to get your take on that this morning. I don't like what fucking Yellen is doing. She was irking me yesterday. And John Haggerty was commenting on it. And I was like, I'm just not going to say anything right now because I was so angry. And then I read an article, I read a piece on Reddit yesterday. Nice sell on the bell here, 414.44. And just a note here, we are on a 3 trigger bearish cross on we are on a 3 trigger bearish cross on the T3 indicator right now. So with that said, the Yellen yesterday was driving me insane, and then I read an article about the debt ceiling yesterday, and my mind was I couldn't wrap my head around the Reddit conversation that was taking place yesterday. I couldn't wrap my head around just like I was complaining about the Tesla, the bots in SpaceX now. I'm reading the comments in this article that was posted. I couldn't wrap my head around the idea that there was an actual serious discussion on whether this would be passed or not. So I was like, it shouldn't even be a discussion. So, but of course, it was a discussion. I thought these people were insane to think that it could be a discussion. And of course, Yellen is the cheerleader of this heading into FOMC rate decision, which is kind of weird to be hearing from her. It's almost as if she's being sent out there to be like, yeah, they're going to blast this market higher. So instead of me threatening, maybe it's your turn to threaten. When in reality, it would be the debasing of the dollar. It would be the world currency. I mean, you're talking about the economic collapse of the United States of America. This is insane. I can't even believe that it's even a discussion. It's like when crazy people talk. You don't listen to them. They can go sit in a corner at a public park and talk. No, it's supposedly they're being given quarter to talk. Nice weakness off the bell right now. 414.60. Sell side is at 414.60 up here. Right there. We'll see if sell side can hold on right now. But I was a little shocked. Don't forget this implied move down below 413.17. I'm a little shocked. Maybe I'm just getting old or something. Maybe I'm too old to remember or to know some of this stuff. So it's like kabuki theater, intentional kabuki theater, but it really means nothing. So how do you trade it? How do you trade it into, now they're saying June 1st, not like mid-June, third week of June. So there's like all this doom and gloom over this debt ceiling stuff. You're talking about like, you'd be considered treasonous to the United States of America if this wasn't passed. And I'm not talking about putting it off or a temporary agreement or something like that. Just the idea of the discussion. Man, I wish I took those. So like this morning, I'm like, I wish I took those puts. And then my other side of my brain is like, you have to stay with your rules. Like, stay with your rules. Because you can always, your 2020 hindsight is always like, oh, I would have totally been right there. But I already know that statistically I wouldn't have been right the other 9 times. I'd be fucking upside down and burning. So there you go. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about what Nick Timmeros was saying. We're going to talk about
$4.08 would be the lowest closing price since March 29th.
I'll read some headlines off to you right now. Then we're going to discuss we're going to discuss what Nick Timmeros said yesterday. We're going to talk about 25 BPS, surprise 50 BPS, pause, and any discussion about rate cuts. That's going to be our thing for tomorrow. And then we'll look for some targets down below. We've got S1 down below here.
Tick Strike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
We've got this previous low from 2 sessions before. I'm going to do a little tag for that one right here. Right where we are right now, this is a previous low from 2 sessions ago from the 28th of April. The next one, so this one right here. This is your first one. Your next one down below here is the previous low from the 28th in the morning in the AM part of the session. You got S2 here. You've got the implied move over here of 413.17 for the downside. We do have a 3-trigger cluster above, negative bearish 3-trigger cluster above. And we also have an hourly bearish divergence. I'll show you that real quick so any of you guys that are trading this right now. Just so you can see it here. You've got 1, 2, and 3, the hourly, the 5-minute, and the 1-minute bearish cluster. And then right here on the downside, this is the hourly. I'll show you this here. You can see here we've got, let me mute this for a minute here. Hang tight here for a second. So just down here, we're kind of peaking out on max bullishness here in the market, and you're seeing the hourly roll over into bearish. So you might be able to have some continuation here on the downside. First bit of downside that we've had in some time. So just on the hourly here, I'll show you the last time we did break below. It did begin a trend lower. We've had weakness on the hourly, but if we can get a confirmation that we're going lower, you can see here, broke below and then continuation down lower. So you do want to see that confirmation. That could take some time. This is the 25th at 5 a.m. And this is 9:30, so over a 3-hour period. If we are going to continue lower over time, you do want to see some sort of check higher and then the reversal down lower again for continuation for the bears. That could take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours. Bearish here, so this is good. And the question is, how deep do we go? S3 down below, 412.33. It's a little bit lower. It's just above right there. Erasing the entire move to pre-market. Actually, I'll tag another one here. Erasing the entire move to the open, I think, is right about there. This is the pre-market low. So if we're able to break S3. I'm going to show that better there. One here. See if we can show some lower. See if we can get anything lower there. Looks like a tight range, doesn't it? Look at how tight that looks right there. Okay, so I'm going to read off to you. By the way, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, Chegg shares dropped more than I think it says 40% here, but I think it was 50% at one point. And I was pissed off at that this morning. I woke up this morning at we get up every morning like 4 a.m. and I'm like, I looked through a list of sector rotation, and we're actually rotating into educational software. Or yesterday we rotated into educational software sector, and Chegg is on that list. And I was going through the tickers to see what was going up, and Chegg was down 50%, I believe, at that time. And I was kind of pissed at myself again. I'm like, we all know that ChatGPT is going to replace services like Chegg. I'm like, how the fuck didn't I just start shorting any of these companies that do online tutoring, like ChatGPT, any of these AIs? You got to think that there's definitely some startups out there that are like, we're gonna reinvent the online tutoring space. And I'm sure Chegg is panicking right now, trying to get their hands on some kind of AI tutoring as well. Like anyone out there that can say we're using AI now, it's like, oh yeah, I'm jerking off AI over here and I'm jerking off AI over there, even if it's not true. I was surprised they didn't say that in their ER. All they had to say was, we're searching for AI right now. We have our finger on AI right now, something like that. And the stock probably would have fucking mooned. But they didn't say that. They were quite honest. And I got to give them respect for that they were honest in saying, hey, look, we didn't see anything. Well, they should have seen it coming. They should have actually said something before their ER, but at least they said it in their ER, I guess. The moment that shit broke, they should have been in full panic mode. Touching S2 right now, tagging S2 on the downside. I'll look at the 1 minute chart real quick here. Almost a perfect tag down here. I'll keep you updated on where this sell side is here. Coming down right here now. $414.88. They're actually up here. $414.88. Right here. These are the swellers up here. Let's change that to red. We'll write the swellers in. And I wanted to say something else too. I was going to make a post about this yesterday and on Twitter, and I didn't. I should have. I might make the post today. Yesterday in chat, so I've been on vacation, and yesterday in chat, I was impressed with the number of people that on their own are watching these bear planes and bull planes. They're watching them on the VIX. They're watching them on SPX, on SPY. And I have to say, I'm very impressed, especially after being on vacation and coming back and people posting that information inside of the chat 2 or 3 times yesterday. So that means that a lot of you are paying attention in stream. And that's all. It's one of my, I have 2 or 3 concerns in stream. One of my main concerns in stream, of course, is, hey, are people going to be here every day, right? Are people going to be inside of, maybe I'll put that over there. Like, one of my concerns is, hey, am I going to be talking to myself into the middle of nowhere and no one will be here? So meaning people aren't getting anything from this. Another concern, of course, is, hey, do they appreciate the content that I make? And then another part of that conversation is, a big part of that conversation is, and I have this conversation with other people. There are people in the stream that I talk to about this frequently, where I say, and they say to me, are they actually learning something or are they just looking for signals? Because the intent of the stream is not to give you signals. The intent of this stream is for you to be here every day and over time get familiar with signals on your own. And that was a big part of my own trading journey. Like, so big, and I forget to talk about. I used to talk about this frequently, but haven't talked about it in like a couple of years. I don't think a year or two. But the intent of even starting this stream was because the missing piece for me, at least as a trader, was not having anyone beside me. And then paid for services, all kinds of. I paid for every fucking service out there. You name it. I bought this one. I rented that one. I leased this one. I bought this one. And then I joined expensive Discords, like $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a month Discords. And then I paid alphas for their live streams, like private live streams that I could join in. Meetings, Zoom calls, you name it. And that was the kind of the way that I was able to piece things together and say, all right, I feel confident now. More like when I would trade alone, I didn't have confidence in my trading. And of course, on social media, on Wall Street Bets and then FinTwit, I was like, these people was like, these people have to be losing their fucking shirts in the market. Like, I was like, they have to be. I was like, some of the insane shit that I read. I'm like, these people are fucking crazy. I'm like, no, well, I was positing to myself. I'm like, these people are either not trading. I don't know. Maybe they're just hanging out at home or something, or they've blown up their accounts at this point, or maybe they're collecting fees. I mean, depending, different people, different things. But I struggled with this for a long time, but I'm here to make money, right? And if I'm here to make money, I would never be posting or saying this stuff. Like, this isn't just bears; it's like bulls too. Like bulls saying insane shit. And then, of course, I found out that over time, I found out that people actually are trading like that. Like people send me like DMs and shit, and they're not as much as they used to. But they used to send me DMs and be like, "Fuck you, asshole."
Is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily points, Fibonacci, and market.
I just bought Tesla at 1,500. Here's the proof, and I'm like, "Oh shit!" Shit, you're not, man. Not just Tesla. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, people are probably fucking losing their shirts. My point here, though, is going back to yesterday in the chat. I felt so good seeing that a lot of you are like seeing this stuff on your own without me, and that makes me proud. So if you're one of those people that are posting that information as the day goes forward, I want to tell you specifically that you make me proud. I'm very proud of you seeing those signals, and that you can see it before it happens. So as you're seeing those things develop, that's kind of the point of what we're doing here. So you can run away at some point and start making tons of money, and not that some of you don't already, but some of you guys don't. And if you are, if you're gleaning those signals, so you can see the direction of the market on higher and midterm and lower time frames, daily, weekly, monthly, 3-month, quarterly time frames, hourly, 4-hour, and then of course 15, 5, and 1 minute. So I wanted to say that to you today. I should have posted it on Twitter last night, but I was extremely busy last night. My daughter is going to some kind of K-pop concert in Chicago, and it's just like dad things I got to do. I'm part of being a parent that's present
pursuing restrictive monetary
as
policy
best as I can be.
Way now to get the US factory orders month over month. Forecast 1.3% on a prior of minus 0.7%, with a range of 2% to minus 0.4%. The US JOLTS job openings forecast 9.736 million on a prior of 9.931 million, with a range of 10.3 million to 9.4 million. US core durable goods revised forecast 0.3% on a prior of 0.3%. And the US durable goods revised forecast 3.2% on a prior of 3.2%.
So you have jobs coming out here at 10 a.m. in 10 minutes. We've got a previous jobs report of 9.9 million jobs. The expected today is 9.6 million. That's job openings. And then at 10 a.m. we also have factory orders, previously minus 0.7%. And the expectation this time for factory orders, 1.2%. And we've seen major flows into industrials and not a lot of returns on industrials. We've seen decent returns, but not crazy returns. So that's a pretty big expectation there for factory orders.
Germany's Chancellor Scholz says we must fight inflation and we must also reduce energy costs.
I was looking through again the sector stuff. We're rolling into industrial season. Keep harping on that past week or two, and harping on industrials, and they're not looking good right now. I think if we look back in a month or 2 or 3, they'll look great. But of course, right now I got wet feet. I'm like, I don't want to go in there yet. But there's billions rolling into industrials right now, and it's not printing, like not heavy. But I've been harping on those recently here. Always before, never after. Okay, so I'm going to read. We got 8 minutes left until those numbers come in. And we're going to, I'm going to read to you, where is that? Okay. Nick Timmeros, our man Nick. I meant to read this yesterday, didn't have the time to. He did post a tweet yesterday. But yesterday's article is important to read. Fed set to raise interest rates to 16-year high and debate a pause. Kind of key, right? They're set to raise rates to a 16-year high. We know that the rate of rate increases has been the steepest and fastest in history. We know, though, that we could go to 10 or 20 points to believe it or not. Or not points, but yeah, 10 to 20 points. We need to get above like 7.5 minimum. We know that as we raise rates, we're going to continue to break things. We know that commercial real estate is in a panic. We know the Fed will not, I'm going to warn you of this, they will not allow commercial-backed securities to fail. Warn you of this. They will not. That's your collapse scenario right there. They will turn. As a matter of fact, the printer hasn't been turned off in commercial-backed securities, believe it or not. Or commercial-backed real estate. But the IE that, not IE, but asterisk. Commercial-backed real estate. But this is important. Fed set to raise interest rates to 16-year high and debate a pause. We know it's not high enough. My expectation here is 25 basis points in a discussion for a pause. I think that discussion for a pause is bullshit. I think it's meant to, well, a couple things. I think you're going to hear discussion of a pause. Although Nick Timmeros says something kind of scary in this article, but I want to warn bulls of something.
So 5 minutes away now till we get the US factory orders month over month. Forecast 1.3% on a prior of minus 0.7% with a range of 2% to minus 0.4%. The US JOLTS job openings forecast 9.736 million on a prior of 9.931 million with a range of 10.3 million to 9.4 million. US core durable goods revised forecast 0.3% on a prior of 0.3%, and the US durable goods revised forecast 3.2% on a prior of 3.2%.
Don't forget this H line down below at 412.31. This implied move here, 413.17, right there. This was before the open, by the way, so this does change. Now, key point here is, let's say they do the 25 BPS, and they start to discuss the pause. I'll be honest with you, I don't like that. Because I don't think they're done raising rates, and any rate increase in the future will be a surprise. So that'll be a fascinating interplay inside of future rate decisions, future Fed meetings. Does that open up the door to questions of not being telegraphed any longer if we're getting any more rate increases? So that'll be just keep that in your mind, that if they do pause, or if there's a discussion of a pause, what impact does that have? Does that introduce more new volatility into the market? Because I don't think they're done raising rates. I don't think you should I don't think that in your I don't think in your mind, unless they start saying rate cuts, I don't think that you should logically think that they're done raising rates. 3 minutes. If they are done raising rates, I'm going to read the rest of Timrose to you. But this is key here. Fed set to raise interest rates to 16-year high and debate a pause. And this is the key here is Yellen. I mean, I can't even think about whatever dog shit she's going to spew tomorrow. Is she going to be interviewed while Jay Powell's giving his presser? And just the diarrhea that's coming out of her mouth about something that's not going to happen. Anyways, officials could keep their options open in crafting signals around the end game for increases. End game, i.e. rate cuts. Now, that's a shocker, too. You're talking about fighting inflation, and Timrose, right in his headline, is saying end game for increasing rates. 413.68 right now. 9:58, 2 minutes left. Full hedge on the market, waiting for these numbers to come in. So there's already discussion in just the title of this article about an end game for rate increases. So that the assumption here from that article is saying, fuck inflation, we're just going to let it rage. That's kind of a shocker to hear in that article, especially from Nick. Let me know if you're still long puts as this information comes out, as this news drops. Let me know in the chat. There's a 73,000 calls on 415C and 73,000 puts on 414P. Still waiting for this drop. Give me the jolts, baby. There goes the hedge coming off briefly in the market. Taking the money and running. Squeezing higher right now.
Zero spot 9%, 0.9% lower than the forecast of 1.3%. US JOLTS job openings still waiting for the data. US durable goods revised 3.2%, 3.2% in line with the forecast of 3.2%. US JOLTS 9.59 million, 9.59 million.
Not bad.
Forecast of 9.736 million.
0.1 less on the jolts. 9.6 was the expectation.
And US core durable goods revised 0.2%, 0.2% lower than the forecast of 0.2%. Taking a look at the markets, downside movement in the Dixie.
0.2 cents on factory orders. Jolt's not so bad, though.
So prior revised for US factory orders, minus 1.1%. That's the prior revised for the US factory orders.
I missed that, what he just said. Kind of a mixed bag. Factory order is not good. I'm watching XLI right now. XLB selling off significantly. Some blood in XLB on factory orders. XLI not as bad as XLB. Trading 413.38. 413.17 was the implied move for the downside today. Puts were closed on 414P. Now we have 86,000 calls on 415C. I'm a little wary of entering here, though, at the same time. So just right off the bat, the start of this article from Nick Timmeros, don't like the title at all. He's supposed to be the Fed mouthpiece. The article begins with Federal Reserve officials are on track to increase interest rates again at their meeting this week while deliberating whether that will be enough to then pause the fastest rate-raising cycle in 40 years. Yeah, I think it's fine to pause, but I don't think the rate increases are done. Quote, we are much closer to the end of the tightening journey than the beginning, Cleveland Fed President Mester said April 20th. You can't really rely upon these quotes by these little Fed chairs, these little Fed presidents. They smear shit on the wall. You'll hear Mester out of one. You'll hear them all. You hear them all say one fucking thing and then say something different. Just how much closer the Fed is to that end game will focus on an internal debate because officials think their communications around future policy actions can be as significant as individual rate changes. Officials are likely to keep their options open as they finesse carefully calibrated signals in their post-meeting statement and remarks by Fed Chair Jerome Powell at a news conference after the meeting ends Wednesday. So just more bullshit in this part of the article. Another quarter percentage point increase would lift the benchmark Fed funds rate to a 16-year high. The Fed began raising rates from near zero in March 2022. Fed officials increased rates by a quarter point on March 22nd, blasting through the implied move right now, 413.07. That increase occurred with officials just beginning to grapple with the potential fallout of two mid-sized bank failures in March. The sale of First Republic Bank to JP Morgan and Chase and Company by the Fed FDIC announced early Monday is the latest reminder of how banking stress is clouding the economic outlook. Fed officials are likely to keep an eye on how investors react to that deal ahead of Wednesday's decision, just as they did before the rate increase 6 weeks ago when Swiss authorities merged investment banks UBS and Credit Suisse. While analysts believe Monday's deal may further resolve potential banking strains, officials could have to rethink a planned increase if severe and unanticipated financial stresses emerge before their meeting. The Fed fights inflation by slowing the economy through higher rates, which causes tighter financial conditions such as higher borrowing costs, lower stock prices, and stronger dollar, which curb demand. Until now, officials have been looking for clear signs of a slowdown and easing inflation to justify an end to rate increases. Until now, officials have been looking for clear signs of a slowdown and easing inflation to justify an end to rate increases. But after this week, the Fed's calculations could flip. Officials could need to see signs of stronger than expected growth, hiring, and inflation to continue raising rates. We already know they know that shit. The economy has shown some signs of cooling, including more muted consumer spending and factory activity. You saw that this morning, right? In fact, we had factory numbers come out this morning, and they were not good. They were ugly numbers. And then, hold on a second here. But steady hiring and brisk wage gains could sustain elevated inflation. You're actually seeing that this morning. Both those numbers that came out are kind of showing that, right? That we have shitty factory orders, but then we still have brisk wage, or not we don't have brisk wage, and we have steady hiring right now. Now trading 412.83 off the opening bell. Blasting through the implied move. We have an H line right here. I'm going to highlight it for you. It's right here. This is the previous low going back to the 28th. See if I can get this right here. That is to the tick right now. This 412.30 is giving back the previous low on the 28th. Just going to mute this route real quick so you can see it. Hang tighter. Just so you can see it over here. Right where my cursor is right here. This is the previous low from the 28th. And then down below here, we have this little one right here at 411.38. Blasting through the implied move. And this is where that number is right here. Hold on a second. I can't see this depending on the screen I'm looking at. We have S3 down below. And just down here, this is right at the open on the 28th. And this is the gap that was left in the pre-market down below. Not bad. Half an hour, we're down to S3 on the day. In 1/2 an hour, huge sell side right now. Below the pivot points, below S1, below S2, and then now trading down to S3 within a half an hour of the open on the JOLTS reports and then factory orders. Both discussed yesterday in Timoros's article. In projections released after their March meeting, a majority of Fed officials thought the central bank would need to make one last quarter-point raise increase before moving to the sidelines. By following through this week, those officials might conclude they have achieved a sufficiently restrictive setting. Some already have said they want to see how the economy unfolds through the summer before determining whether additional increases are likely. I.e., some of the insiders are saying that you'll go through the summer without a rate increase. Quote, I don't see why we would just continue to go up, 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 and then go oops, and then go down, down, down very quickly, Philly Fed President Patrick Harker said in a presentation on April 11th. He said he has long expected the Fed would need to raise rates to just over 5%. So far, officials have little evidence that the March banking turmoil led to a significant pullback in lending affecting economic activity. Results of the Fed's senior loan officer survey, a quarterly report on bank ending trends, will be available to policymakers when they meet this week, even though it won't be released publicly until after the central bank's meeting. Coming on down to S3 right now, 412.32, 412.35. Now tagging the previous low from April 28th right now, coming into S3 right now. XLB selling off heavy and hard. XLI selling off heavy and hard. TLT shooting green bars to the moon right now, trading 104.98. Tesla giving back all of its gains, now only up $1 on the day. Dixie with a high, now beginning to roll over a little bit here. Dixie now trading down at 102.21. Blasting through S3 right now. Huge sell signal in the market right now, giving back all gains. All gains. Going back to almost all gains going back to the 28th. The entire move erased from just a few sessions ago. Let's see if I can buy this right here. All right, most of this stuff in this article is kind of garbage. What I want to get to here is the last part of this article. What investors, hold on a second here, still have this. We actually have 1, 2, 410, 24, 411, 20, 411, 38 down below here. These are all gaps that were left below. This is the full move down below here at 411, 38. This goes back to pre-market right here, this H line right here, 411, 37. Quote, what investors have done since October is to take anything that's good news and overreact to it, said Vincent Reinhardt, chief economist at Dreyfus and Mellon. If the Fed communications are too dovish, the market participants will take that, run with it, and run too far. Mr. Reinhardt, who advised Fed officials on managing the endgame to rate increases in 2006, thinks they will want to avoid signaling a rate increase in June. Promising one more tightening and not delivering is a bigger incitement for markets to rally, he said. This is the last part of the conversation from Nick himself. This is the key part. Trading 411.79 right now. Looking for 411.38. SPY just hanging out. Had a huge bearish cross before the open on the hourly, the 1 minute, and the 5 minute. Trading 412. I've got some calls set up here. I'm not in them just yet, but I am looking at them. The hourly trigger down below is at 408.85. So if you think you see more death and destruction down below, the hourly trigger is way down here at 408.85 right here. 408.70. Do a little mark down here. 408.70. That's a daily trigger, excuse me. Right there. Yeah, I should have taken those 0-day puts yesterday. Be fucking rich right now. The last part of this article is, if the policy statement is anodyne, the investors will parse every word of Mr. Powell's press conference on Wednesday for more clues. Quote, he's in a terrible position because he is what is standing between investors and a significant dovish rally that undercuts any policy restraint, Mr. Reinhardt said. The key point here is, does Yellen come into play in this? Does she become the bear or the hawk? She's been the hawk this past week. We talked ad nauseum at this point about the debt ceiling. Is that being used as a reason to temper the market if Fed Chair Powell can't quell a massive rally on 25 basis point hike, a discussion of a pause, and possibly even rate cuts in the future. Another fascinating thing is in this Nick Timmeros article, they seem to say that the credit crunch wasn't showing itself yet, although we all know that Jay Powell seemed to imply in his last rate increase that we were getting a credit crunch and that he's seeing it behind closed doors, a credit crunch, and that will do the rest of the job. And it was almost like my take from his last rate decision was like an insider thing. Like you and I went out partying last night, and our girlfriends didn't know that we went out partying. Right? Kind of that kind of a thing. Right? So we're just kind of like winking at each other. We're like, yeah, we didn't do nothing last night. Wink, wink, wink. He kind of sounded like that. Reversal on S3 right now. Trading down to 411.75. Left the gap, 2 gaps behind down below. Did not erase this 411.38. See if they can get it done here. Some repricing going on right now. Checking the hourly bearishness right now. See how deep we are on the bearishness here. A little bit more to go. We could go deeper. A little bit more deeper here. It's close. Get one more pull higher and then another leg down. Yeah, I'm watching KRE sell off right now. And WAL. Man, I'm so glad I'm not along any of those fucking banks right now. So glad. Okay, so that's what Nick Timmeros is saying out there. He said they released this yesterday at 5:30 in the morning, so that's your update on the expectations for this Fed rate decision tomorrow. So the expectation here would be this, is that you're going to get 25 basis points from Fed Chair Powell. I would also expect Fed Chair Powell to come off as hawkish with threats, right? He's going to try to threaten you to talk the market down, although because they want to stop any kind of a face rip and rally on a rate pause. Even if we're weak on that news. We get 25 basis points and it turns the market weak. But it turns into, hey, that weakness isn't that big. We're going to rally this fucking market to 440 point or 4,400 points. They don't want that to happen. I think the wild card here for tomorrow is definitely Yellen. Whatever I don't know what she's doing tomorrow, but my assumption is that she's going to be out there just flapping her gums about how doom and gloom, how much doom and gloom we're having. Trading 411.75 right now. Okay, so that one is done. PacWest Bancorp pause due to volatility. Western Alliance Bancorp pause due to volatility. Spot gold extends gains after U.S. data, last up 0.6%. Yeah, Chegg tumbles 48%. What's weird, Financial Juice said 40%, but it was definitely 50 earlier this morning. WTI oil extends fall down 2.1% at $74. Would be lowest closing price since March 29th. Oil in free fall right now. Yeah, Wall was just halted, right? It just halted Wall just a moment ago. Now trading down to the H line at 411.36. Gap down below at 411.30, 411.24. One more gap down here if you follow my cursor. Daily trigger down at 408.69. me read what you guys are saying in the comments. Be careful on that. If you're on puts on either of those regional banks, so you don't get trapped if they not only halt them but suspend them. There's a ton of call buyers trapped on 415C. I don't know if this is the one that I should buy or not. Come on now. One more gap down below. Small, tiny gap right here. Right where my cursor is here. 410.53. I wonder if we get down here or not. Sometimes we get down to the daily trigger, sometimes we don't. Check the VIX real quick. VIX is on its daily trigger right now. We'll see if it can break through its daily or not. Might take a bit. VIX is on. So VIX triggers at, or VIX daily triggers at 1829. Price is just below 1829 right now. It's trading 1818. It's waiting for the 1 and 5 minute. See if we can get one more blast down here or not. Just waiting for the 1 minute, the 5 minute to catch back up. If we can get that, if we can get down here. I don't think that it's not guaranteed it's getting long in the tooth down here. But if we were to go there, you would see a large short covering rally. Just waiting on the 1 and 5 minute to catch up. There it goes. Almost there. $410.62 right now. You want to see this get tagged right here. One minute's now catching up to the 1 hour right now on the hourly trigger. VIX now breaking through the hourly trigger on 1845. Still a little bit of a gap down below here. See that gap right here at 410.50. And then you've got the daily trigger down here at 408 and change. Let me check on that real quick, see where it is. $408.71. Can usually blast through this too. Usually when you get down here, you can usually blast through it and then we pop back up. So I made a comment yesterday about if we get that, if we blast through on an hourly print at the end of an hourly print, we tend to blast through. If it's the beginning of an hourly print, we tend to bounce. And right now we're at 1031. So maybe we can get a bloodbath here right at the end. Trading 410.46 right now. VIX now trading above its hourly trigger. 1 minute is now coming up for a 2-trigger cluster. Trading below S1, S2, S3 at this moment here. Trading 410.28. Oof. Winky making a comment that Bank of America is down at 27.96 right now. Tesla up $2 right now. Tesla trading like a beta meme stock. I'm trying to look right now. I'm running some scans in the background to see if any stocks are holding up. If any spec growth is holding up right now. Not a single one popping up on my screener right now. All spec growth selling off. Only tickers up right now, meme stocks. Specifically, I'm looking right now. Oh, wait a minute. Microsoft's still holding on to 23 cents on the day so far. AMC down almost 4%. No, not AMC. Scratch that. No, that's a wrong ticker. The AMC is down 3.37 right now. Somehow I typed in Antero Midstream Corp. They're getting nailed right now. I'm going to close some puts out here. I have a sell order and I'm hoping it's going to close down here at this trigger. Be careful of a nice trade higher. I'm going to be opening some calls as we get down here to this daily trigger. Yeah, what makes me want to buy USO pretty badly here? Trading 409.85 right now. SP 500 down 1.36% currently. Daily triggers at 408.71. Just give me a fucking fill, dude. One more red bar down. There's 159,000 calls at 415C that are worth 5 cents. Some of the downside fuel is getting burned. The call side fueling a downside moves. Just be careful in here. There's going to be a reversal coming up here shortly. Watching UNG right now as well. Western Alliance down 21% with a bounce when they reopened, trading off 26.54. KRE with a bounce right now as well. XLB getting taken to the woodshed, 2.17% in those bad factory orders. Apple down 0.8% right now. Tesla, dude. Tesla's trading like a meme stock right now. Tesla's all over the place, just rolled over. HYG closed its gap, but now has left major gaps above. 2 days of gaps left on high to 75.40 on HYG. SPY straight bloodbath down here. Amazon trading higher at $1.0335. They're up 1.23%. Oh, dude, I'm taking a hit on Rocket Lab right now. I'm back, well, probably back to fucking zero on Rocket Lab. Whatever gains I have. Microsoft holding up just fine. BBBY down in the day. I haven't looked at BBY in a long time. But even BBY is taking a hit right now. What the fuck is that trading at? 7 cents? 8 cents on BBBY. 0.075 or 0.078. Down 24% on the day. Holy shit. Gold up 1.54%. SDAO up 4% on the day, 3.8. Close enough. Trading 409.64 right now. Coming back, VIX is coming back right now to check on the hourly trigger. So we'll see if VIX can hold. Want to see the VIX hold 1830. It's pretty close right now on the daily trigger on SPY. I'm going to show you guys something really quick here, so you guys can have a visual idea of what I'm telling you here. It's getting a little long in the tooth on the downside. I'm going to show you both right here, so you can see it. So here's the SPY right here. This is the trigger, the 3 trigger cluster that I showed you earlier this morning. And I want you to see, this morning I was showing you the hourly was turning bearish here. And I just want you to see, watch my cursor right here. Right now we're at minus 45.61 and minus 50.85 is like max bearishness that you'd expect on that move. And that's even down here. I want you to see this move back here on the 26th of April. So somewhere down in here, you're going to see either a bloodbath down here and then a rejection to come higher, right? You'll see the end of it. Or you'll see the squeeze higher and hopefully the tag below and higher. Or this could be it. Sometimes we don't actually get down and tag this yellow line. Just be careful that right where we are, we start to you'll start to want to take the money and run down here for a reversal higher. I've got a sell order and some puts down here. They haven't filled yet. I'm going to show you the VIX really quick, just as a companion piece to this. And what you're looking for here for that last move down. So this is the VIX here, right? What you're looking for here is for that last little peg, is, you know, for the consolidation on the hourly, and then one more push higher on the VIX. You can get the 1 minute, the 5 minute onto this hourly trigger and get one more cluster for one more blast lower. And that expectation would be that we trade on the VIX to 20.59. If we can get to that 20.59, that would be a nice blast right through this, and then a rejection and come back higher again, somewhere in here. So keep an eye on the VIX right now. The SPX is getting down to its daily as well. SPX, if you want to know where the daily is on that, it's 4098.65. And then on ES, ES is below both its daily, it's below its hourly, and it's below its 5 minute and 1 minute. See if we can get down here and tag this 408.71. You see what you guys are saying inside the chat. Yeah, I'm looking to buy. I want to buy some oil or some UNG down here. Someone's making a comment about oil. Fed swaps price in bigger decline in rates from expected peak. Senate Majority Leader Schumer gives no timetable for possible Senate vote on debt limit bill with no spending cuts attached. He also says Democrats' position on the debt limit remains unchanged on the need for a clean bipartisan increase in the government's borrowing limit. Ford cuts prices on Mustang Mach-E EV up to 8% on some versions. Oh, there we go. 409.56. I'm flat right now. I'm going to be looking to buy some calls here in just a moment. Come on, 410. Well, I don't know if I should get. That's what they're doing right now is they're not bringing down 408s and 409s. So like we're trading 409.56, and they're asking me to pay like $2 or $1.50 for 409s, and I don't want to pay that. And they're not going to print 410, I don't think. So I'm kind of in a pickle right now. I want to see us get down here. We can get down here and then grab the 408s or 409s on 0 dates. Come on down, baby. 409.43. Yeah, I closed my puts too early too, Chase. I closed right in here, but I got like $1.36 or something for him in here, so. On a higher time frame here, let's look at a higher time frame here. So right here in a 5-minute chart, there's a giant gap right here. Right back here, there's a giant gap. 405.48, 406.01. I'm looking to get some calls, though, in here in this trigger. I don't know. I think we can get down there like that, possibly, but I don't think we just blast down there right now. I don't think that we do. I've got 410Cs for 94 cents. Well, even if we blast down into here, I want to be on that trade. So if we can get down through here, I might have to add to the position. But I got some 410Cs. Most of the call side has been burned. There's a little bit left. There's like 411s have some money on them. 412s.
WTI oil drops 4.4% to a 5-week low of $72.34 ahead of an expected Fed rate increase.
Probably a little early on this trade. A little long in the tooth here. It's getting close. I'm not anti going down or I'm not anti doing like a slam it through really quick capitulation move, but then a roll later on down here. Some kind of a roll. But I think it's going to take time to get down there. Unless there's something I don't know. Trading 94 cents right now.
US 2-year yields fall as much as 21 basis points to 3.93%.
Trading 409.16 right now. Adding another 10 on 410Cs. That's 76 cents. $408.96 on a low right now. Sorry, I got something going on in the background I'm doing. 408.98 was the low right now. Sorry, I wasn't reading your comments. Yeah, I'm on calls here, Chase. I've got some zero dates for today. Yeah, this is, to me, this is cashing out shorts, going long, all this rotation right now. Could get more roll to the downside. There's some other targets that I have down below here. This is where that gap is. Not showing up on the 1 minute chart. There's this little gap down here between 405.48 and 406.01. If I lose the trade and have to enter a second time, like if this shit burns down here, I'll just enter again. Now, with that said, even if we do get the trade higher, I'm going to look to see if it does roll back down here into the close today. If we can actually get down to that 406, 405.48, 406.01. Right now, I'm in 410Cs, zero dates. Hold on a second here. Yeah, it's a pretty good sell-off right there. This shows it better on the chart here. Down 1.51%. It's pretty big. That's pretty big sell-off. It's 11 o'clock this morning, 9:30. Hour and a half selling, relentless selling, 1.5% down. It's pretty significant. But we haven't seen, I don't think, selling like this in some time here. Let me look on a 30-minute chart. Percentage-wise in a day, After hours. Now we saw some relentless selling down here on the 9th, on March 9th. That's pretty significant, though, and that shit didn't end. It was all the way into the close down here. Like that kind of major selling. We had some back here on OPEX. It's a pretty big move right here. Coming down into the daily trigger right now. There's that gap down below at 405 and 406.01. I'm going to try to grab another 10-pack here in just a minute. And VIX has more room to run up, too, so we might not be done here. I mean, VIX can run. From here, VIX can run all the way up to $20.62. So we might not be done going down here. We might get a nice blast lower here. I was going to add another. I've got 20 410Cs, but I'm going to hold on adding any more right now just in case. I want to see price get above the 1 minute here to add to the position. If that doesn't happen, this is on the well, VIX is saying this is on the table right now.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to
So I don't want to get torched here, and I'd rather buy this with another. I'd rather buy a 10-pack down here and not have 30 contracts up here. Although I do want to buy some right now. Yeah, we're either going to get a whiplash higher here or we're going to get a fucking pretty bad. It's either going to be a bloodbath down here or it's going to be a pretty fucking severe whiplash up here. So I'm either getting paid right now on this trip higher or I'm going to buy down here to cover my losses on this trade. One way or another, we're going to find out. It ain't going to take long. Trading 408.82. 408.71 is the daily trigger. 4 more pennies to go. 408.74. Let me get an exact number on that VIX. Make sure I got it right. Or on the SPY. Let me make sure I got it right. 408.48. I eyeballed it. I got an exact number right now. It's 48. Breaking through the hourly trigger right now, trading 408.37. Bloodbath in the S&P 500. Certified bloodbath down a point in 1.71% right now. Bought another 10 on 410 right now. 54 cents or 50 cents at that point. Bloodbath in the S&P 500. 11 o'clock in the morning. Unreal right now watching this. Down 1.73% in an hour and a half. Now 30 contracts on 410C. No, that's not how it worked. Yeah, did not take losses on longs here. I'm holding these fucking longs. I'm not selling these today. And I'll add down here too. I'll keep adding today. I don't know. I mean, unless there's something that we're not seeing. If we go down below 405 or 406, maybe there's something we don't know. Back to short. Fuck that. No. I've got 410s at like 40-something cents, 70-something cents. I'm like 50. And then I got a 90 cents or 94 cents or something like that. So I'm down at like 60 or 70 cents right now. Somewhere in there, my DCA. It's only 30 contracts. It's close enough. It's close enough. We're either going to get a face ripper up here, or it's going to bloodbath down, and there's going to be another face ripper. One was somewhere in here. There's a face ripper, so it's close enough. I'll take it. I'll take the risk here, unless there's something going on that I don't know. Unless there's like a market crash scenario. We're pretty long in the tooth. It's now 11:04, and we were down at one point, I think, at 1.82%. It's pretty severe. There'd have to be something material that we don't know. Yeah, I'll take the law of probability on us not seeing 4% by 12 p.m. I'll take that chance. I'll take that trade every day. If we did this every day, I'd take this trade here every single day. I'd be fucking rich. I don't want to hear anybody telling me at 11 o'clock in the morning being down 2 or 3% that we're going to continue lower. Ever. Well, not ever. If the market's crashing, fuck yeah, we can. That's like COVID shit. You want to see like 3-4% in a day? I haven't seen that in 3 years. Sorry, buddy. We ain't in those days anymore. It's been 3 years since I've seen the S&P 500 get halted. You want 15% in one day? I'm going to go with buy the fucking dip down here. Somewhere down here. Like, we're close. It was $1. I think it was not dollars. It was 1.8% or something. It's only 11 o'clock in the morning. You telling me we're going to do 5% in one day? We're going to have a limit down in one day. The day before FOMC, I'm going to think you're smoking crack. We could possibly do it in 2 or 3 days, but 11 a.m., I'll take that bet. You're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, it's possible. I would say if we went down 5% in one day I would say if we went down 5% in one day, we probably are getting rate cuts. That's what I would expect. That's either something leaked. Now, if that happens and we get rate cuts and they know and we don't know, fuck, dude, 5% one day ain't shit. We're going down like 30-40%. There'll be plenty of money to be made in the downside. It's a whole ton of money. I don't know. Looking at the, I was talking about it this morning on the Open. That I was like, damn, I felt like they trapped bulls on the day before FOMC rate decisions. And I went back and checked. They don't. The market just follows its normal trend. It doesn't like pin to the FOMC or sell into FOMC. It just trades normal. Now, I'm not talking about the FOMC meeting. I'm talking about the FOMC rate decisions. 2 different meetings. But I looked at the FOMC rate decisions, and they didn't. Because the thing that me saying that yesterday was inaccurate. But I did go back to check because yesterday I was like, damn. I was like, I felt like we traded up into the day before FOMC rate decisions. And then at like 1 in the afternoon, we would trap bulls. And then I went looking and I'm like, nah, we traded down into FOMC rate decisions. We traded up into FOMC rate decisions. There was no like, the only thing that I've ever taken away from rate decisions was the month before you trade up into those rate decisions. So you buy the minutes and you sell you buy the meeting. Let me rephrase this. The only thing you can kind of extrapolate here so far is like 70% of the time you buy the meeting like a month in advance. You sell the minutes like 70% of the time. That's the closest I could get to a correlation for Fed meetings and Fed minutes. But I went back and checked because I was like, do we sell the open or do we sell 1 in the afternoon today? And this morning when we first started the broadcast, I was like, they don't the market doesn't care about the FOMC rate decision. It just trades how it normally trades. That's what I took away from going back and looking on those previous dates. We've traded right up into rate decisions. We've traded down into rate decisions consistently, both. Trading 408.93 right now. Not sure still if we're going to get this last blast down. VIX says it's possible. So if it doesn't happen right now, I'm going to possibly expect it to happen later on in the day. Unless there's something fundamentally changes in the VIX. Long 30, 410 Cs here. I don't know that we get back to 412. And even if we do, I would expect this to be the max. I'm going to expect sellers to be here waiting above here at 412. That's the move of the day, man. Good job. Good job selling. If you bought 0-day call puts yesterday on that close, in yesterday's broadcast, I was like, I wish I had known that information yesterday during the close, because yesterday I was under the impression that that they don't give a fuck if we're trending up, they don't care about the rate decisions. Because yesterday at the close in this live stream, I was like, man, normally I'd be taking some 0-day puts here in this bell. It was just too fucking juicy. And then I was like, it's like every time I fucking want to chase the hole on not Fridays, but on closes, it's like it's not fucking worth the money. I end up getting torched. The last 10 times chasing the hole haven't paid. They didn't dump futures this morning. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning, man. Like this morning at 4 a.m., I was like, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to look and see if they start selling this shit. Like 4:15, no sign of it. Then on the bell today, the only sign of a selling off in this bell was ES, SPX, and SPY all had a negative bearish hourly divergence, and it also had a 3-trigger cluster to the downside on the open. I caught a little bit of this move, but not all of it. And I have no interest in trading this. I have no interest in this last leg down here. I only have interest in buying this dip here or buying this dip right here. Yeah, and these swellers are now down here. These guys have moved down. They're now down here. These are the big boys. They do all their leg workouts. Oh, hold on here. Yeah, they're right down here. Good job, sell side. Congratulations. You tried short? Yeah, dude. So I watched futures last night, and I was like, I almost made a post last night about futures because I was like, fuck me. I was like, they got rocked last night. Well, when I looked, I think futures were down like 0.2, and then they were like flat. It was like 0.2 or something. Then it was like 0.04, 0.02. And I was like, last night I was like, I can't believe anyone's awake doing this shit right now. I even downloaded a meme for it because I was like, you're getting You got shafted in the overnight. And then this morning at 4 a.m. I checked again. I was like, they haven't sold this shit at 4 a.m. either. Yeah, so if Goldman Sachs is saying 2023 rate cuts are less likely than investors think, that means market goes up. Like any kind of pause, market goes up. Or in my view, if there's any kind of pause, the market goes up. If there's any kind of rate hike and discussion of a pause, market goes up. We can have weakness from a rate increase, but we're not getting the crash from a rate pause, and we're not getting a crash from 25 BPS. We're not getting a crash from 50 BPS. The only thing that I would think where you'd get the last leg down, that capitulation move that everybody wants, I don't think that begins until we get a rate cut. And I do think when we get that rate cut, there'll still be a face rip and rally before it happens. So there'll be a squeeze for liquidity on high, and then a major bloodbath. Rate cuts to me brings a bloodbath. Pausing, as long as if they talk about pausing, rate increases, it's all positive for the market. The only downside that I see to this rate pause is, as I mentioned earlier, was if they pause rates, it will add some volatility to the market whenever we come into a meeting. Because you're then going to go into every meeting with, hey, are we getting a rate increase or is it situation normal? That would be a major shift. Because right now we're told, hey, yeah, expect us to go to 5, right? Expect 50 BPS. Expect 25 BPS. So when you start to pause shit, if they were to come out tomorrow and be like, expect 25, expect a pause, expect, I don't know, a terminal rate, another, 100 BPS in a year or two, that would lend stability to the market as well. Because you kind of anticipate it, right? You price it in, you know what's coming. Another 200 BPS over the course of 3 years. Even something like that would actually be supportive of the market. I know that sounds crazy, but the fact is that the market's showing you that right now, right? The market's showing you that the business cycles have continued on. People are putting risk into the market. They're getting chewed up out there trying to beat inflation. I am fascinated right now, though, with what Nick Timmerow said this morning because the real they kind of touched upon it in this article, but not really. And now this is where the crowd that says if we cut rates, the market will go up. I believe that, but I do believe that there's a capitulation moment before it does go up. If you were long this market and they cut rates and it did roll over, I wouldn't sell. I would just hold. I would think that a month and a half later, 2 months later, the market would rebound and be right back where it was. Believe it or not, come right back. So if you're long shares, long the underlying stock, whatever it is, ETN, I don't know, fucking Bitcoin or some kind of shit coin, unless your shit gets repriced. I wouldn't be long on an individual ticker if that happened, though. Maybe the S&P 500. They ain't repricing that shit. So you might have that 1 month and a half of weakness, 2 months of weakness, something like that, but then it kind of should come right back. But yeah, I mean, if they're not going to fight inflation, if they're we're cutting, they're not going to fight inflation, man. That was the whole premise, right? We know that was a lie. We know that was a lie. Nope, wait a minute here. We know they're not going to fight inflation. All they're gonna fucking do is they're gonna wait until you accept inflation. Wait until wages get up there. Until you can afford to pay for $6 eggs. $4 eggs. I think I remember like eggs were like $1 just a few years ago. my local store, the free range shit is cheaper than the what used to be like the dollar eggs. The free range is actually cheaper right now. So if they're gonna stop fighting inflation, I mean, J. Powell was saying that the credit crunch will do the rest of it for him, but we know that's a fucking lie. You can go back and look at anything. Have you ever seen a 30-cent what was the last time you saw a 30-cent hamburger at McDonald's? You'll never see that shit again. So when they tell you that they're going to fight inflation, it's a crock of shit. A fraud will go on. Now, the point behind that is this would be the only argument that the rate cut bulls have. They're betting, they're gambling based. That's a bet, though. They're betting, they're like, yeah, we're not going to get that last capitulation. We're just going to rip faces off to all-time highs again. Maybe. It's possible, I guess. I wouldn't put my eggs into it. If you did, and we rolled over, I would just hold. Because I do think it comes back, because they are right to some extent. If you stop fighting inflation, there is some truth there. Because when your dollar is worth shit, it means they increase the prices of stocks. It means your Apple stock is worth less for the dollars that you paid for it. So it has to be repriced to your worthless dollar. You want to see the algo? Let's look at the algo. See the algo saying. Yeah, the algo still has us at 420. Let's look at the algo. So trend not broken yet on S&P 500. Here's the S&P 500 right here. May 5th, claiming we're going to 420. And furthermore, now this is regressive here. See these X's right here? This is a I think it's progressive or something, and then this is regressive down below. If you notice the white X's and the red X's down here, this would be where if we are regressive, we come down and bounce here. That's at 392-ish, 395, 396, somewhere in there. The auto regressive, and then we've got we're still in trend, and it's saying we're going to 420. So maybe there's news we don't know coming out tomorrow that's going to make the market just scream, rip faces off to the upside. The one thing with this algo is The one thing with this algo is we can have the argument that the algo is wrong, and then we change our opinion in 2 days, in 1 day. Wake up tomorrow and it's like 420. We're like, oh shit. We actually tagged 420 on SPX or ES yesterday, didn't we? I think we did. Let me look at ES real quick. I think we tagged it yesterday on ES at least. Did we tag 420 on ES yesterday? Anybody know? I think that we did. Yeah, we tagged 420650. $420650 on ES at least. SPX tagged 4187.15. VIX still pumping right now. And the 5 minutes now coming up on VIX. Here's your gap fill down below, 405.48, 406.01. This is your gap right here. Turn that gray. This is the promise for the bears down here. Is it 4206? Yeah. Yeah, I'm on calls right now, Binky. I'm long here, man. And I'll get some weekly calls down here at 406, 405 if I can. I'm just waiting now. I'm waiting for people that are short to get trapped here and fuel this rip higher. Just waiting here. Boy, you guys get so bearish. You guys are calling for like 5% limit downs on SPY today. It's pretty wild to hear that. You guys are calling for like 5% days and shit. I'm looking to buy a dip down here. You guys are all like, fucking, we're going to fucking 380 tomorrow. Hey, Connor, I've got a bunch of videos on that, man. Yeah, I'm long right here, Eugene. Or I'm long calls. I'm out of puts at this point. Fed swaps price in bigger decline in rates from expected peak. Not much going on right now. I've got 34 I've got 3410Cs, excuse me. 3410Cs that I've DCA'd into. I think that we're going to rotate and go higher here, at least up to this 412 area. These swellers have come down now. 410.76. If we trade down to fill the gap down below here at 405, 406, I'll enter some more calls for Friday down here at 405.48, 406.01. So either way, I'm long on 0 dates here or I'm long on weeklies down below. Yeah, the vids are going. This is going back to like June and October, man. Like every time we hit a low in June and October, we were buying those dips. We bought December as well. And we talked all about the inverted yield curve, Fed funds rate, unemployment rate, rate of inflation. We look back into the 1950s, 60s, 70s, all that stuff. Just a long conversation. Takes like 2 hours to talk about. And I think we've talked about it ad nauseum at this point. There's some kind of an argument here for a rate cut and then we just go, but I don't see it. I mean, I'd like to see that bottom, that capitulation move down on rate cuts. Let me slide this over for you. Show you guys the VIX real quick. This is where the Bears have one, possibly one more. So this is the VIX weekly right here. This is an important level. It's a very emotional level for traders, for bears, for bulls, doesn't matter. This goes for SPY as well. This would be that last, if the 5 minute and one, like the 1 minute's already up there. If there can be some consolidation here and you see the 5 minute get above the daily, it's possible that there's one more rip higher for the VIX, and that would give that last bloodbath down in the SPY. So I'm paying attention to this right now to see if that happens. And there's your 2021 on VIX.
0.433%, the lowest since April the 26th.
Quick rip below to 407.82. Added 410C at 37 cents. Now I'm on 40 contracts, 410C. Oh, yeah, now I'm seeing articles from Janet Yellen again. Janet Yellen warns U.S. could run out of cash by June 1st. Like, I just can't believe she's saying this shit. Like, listening to the diarrhea come out of her mouth. I'm like, I can't, like, I was reading it yesterday. I was reading the discussion around her comments yesterday. And I wanted to, like, vomit in a bag and then drink it all and then re-vomit it all back up and drink it all. It might have been the most diarrhea I've heard in some time. Yeah, she ain't spook markets. It's intended. It's not, so it's bizarre because you have a lot of uneducated, inexperienced, and then you've got political. You know, it's like I'm just trying to come up with a way to describe her comments. It's kind of like yelling fire in a movie theater, and there not being a fire. That's pretty much what it is. It's yelling fire in a movie theater and there not being a fire. And so if there's no fire, but the conversation is focused on there being a fire that people know is not there, that's where it gets kind of fucked up. You're like, why are we even discussing this? There's no fire over there. And yet so let's say we're all sitting in a movie theater and Yellen is in the corner and she's just screaming fire. They turn the lights on and you look over and you see it's Yellen screaming and you're like, why are you screaming? And then like 5 people next to you turn to each other and they start to discuss if there's a fire. And you're like, well, wait a minute. You go turn to the 5 people and you go, there is no fire. And they're like, well, what if there is? And you're like, well, there's no smoke. There's no flames. And there's a crazy person over there claiming there's a fire. And they're like, and instead of discussing the crazy person, discussing the fire, people are like, nah, fuck that. We're going to discuss there's a fire. And I'm like, but there isn't a fire. And there's no smoke. So why are we discussing a fucking fire? And the worst part is, if you're like a low, if you have like a low understanding of the debt ceiling, it's even worse because then your brain is being rotted by conversation that means nothing. And some of the conversations I heard, well, not heard, but I was reading conversations on Reddit yesterday, and I was like, man, there's a whole bunch of people in here just trying to push political agendas. There's a whole bunch of people in here that have zero concept of what they're talking about. There's a bunch of fear-mongering, and then there's like a bunch of people that are just consuming it and being like, fuck yeah, I'm drinking that Kool-Aid. I'm like, this is crazy town. I'm like, this is crazy town. Pure fucking crazy town. Haggerty knows what I'm talking about. I'm like, this is insane. Like the fact that we're even discussing this is insane. Like if they were discussing in this comments in this discussion thread how fucking crazy it is what she's saying, I'd be like, yeah, this is constructive. I'll join in this conversation because this isn't crazy town. Or why it's being said. If they were discussing that, like, hey, why is Janet Yellen saying this? I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's talk about it because that's important. It has zero to do with, like, the reality. There is no fucking fire. There'll never be a fucking fire. We are never running out of cash. So I'm sorry. And that's the headline right now. I'm reading it right now on BBC News. Debt ceiling. Janet Yellen warns U.S. could run out of cash by June 1. Suck my balls. We're running out of cash on June 1. It's like crazy person talk. If I was, dude, if like some guy told me that in the street, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I wouldn't even give you 5 minutes. Get out of my face. Yeah, Damien's saying it right now. What's funny is that it works. Few know that the debt ceiling has never, in one instance, not been raised. But yet it's a think every few years or so. How do people fall for it? I don't fucking know. Well, the scary part to me was, Damon, the scary part to me was that most people I thought knew this. In this discussion thread, there was like real panic. And I was like, the fuck is wrong with people? I was like, we need like economics 101, 102, 103, and 104 mandated. 4 years of high school. Like fucking freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, senior year. Like absolutely need that because like the basic understanding of the economy by people, it's lower than like knowing your politics. It's lower than I'm going to assume that I'm making an assumption here. Oh yeah, look at that reversal right there, baby. Just keep on squeezing. Oh yeah, trade 56 cents and 410Cs. Like everybody takes English, they take math, they take science. People have basic understandings of science, right? Most people know how to boil water. I don't know. Most people know how to like fucking jump rope. They take a physical education class. I guess they've done away with a lot of that shit too, but you know, like most people have base understandings of I don't know, man. Like the stuff I was reading yesterday scared me. It really scared me. And these people were fucking scared, man. I was like, and they're drinking the Kool-Aid too. That's the scary part. It wasn't so much they were scared. It was that people were like, hey, you want some more? You want another cup of that shit? Let me go fucking pour you some. So they're like, guess what happens when they don't raise the debt ceiling? Guess what happens then? They're like, the U.S. dollar is not the world currency anymore. China takes over. I'm like, yeah, that's going to fucking happen. I'm like, motherfuckers go to war over that shit, dude. Like World War III over that shit. That shit ain't fucking happening. Talking about hegemony. You're talking about 100 fucking years of trying to be the fucking leader of the free world. You can fucking put that rock in your crack pipe and smoke it all day long all you want, but that don't make it so. I don't know. Like you can go back to every civilization in this world since day one, since there was a tribe of two people and two people, and they fought over seashells. And you think some person in some House rep or some senator is gonna destroy that hegemony. Get the fuck on out of here. Smoking crack. Yeah, but even in that brinksmanship, even in that brinksmanship, it like makes the stock market weak for a month, which we normally have, right? Volatility. It doesn't impact our economy. They still pass like a bill for the time that they're arguing, even in those situations. So even in that brinkmanship, the arguments that were happening in this discussion had nothing to do with the stock market. It was just pure. I mean, it read like reading like a. It read like you were reading like what's that guy's name? What's that guy's name? The Sandy Hook guy. Fucking like that crackpot, whatever his name is. The guy with like the red face and shit, screaming all the time. That, and this were like normal people, and they sounded like that guy. Squeezing higher now, trading 409.30. 410 C's at 66 cents, 67 cents. We'll see if the swellers give it up here or not. Alex Jones, exactly. I just listened to a comedian talk about him the other day. This guy's a liberal too, and he was making comedy about Alex Jones. It was fucking hilarious. I'll have to find out who this guy was. Let me see if I can find this guy's name. I'll put it in the. This will make you laugh if you're a Democrat or Republican. It ain't gonna matter. But it is gonna make you laugh your ass off. Hold on, I'll see if I can find this guy. Listen to the whole thing too. Listen to like the beginning of this guy, right to the end, because it was fucking hilarious. And he's like, "If I want crazy, I'll let you guys watch it. Let me see if I can find it right here."
Really?
Hold on a second here. In your free time, if you have a spare 10 minutes today to take a break. Here, I'll put a link to it. Here, I'm going to put a link to. I don't think it matters if you know, like there's always division amongst liberals and conservatives and MAGA and I don't know, fucking fascists and fucking Hitler people and I don't know. Everybody's always fighting, right? This comedian's hilarious. You might find, I don't think it matters what your normal, like your Main Street hat is. I think you're gonna find this funny. I think you'll get a giggle out of this, unless you're really fucking crazy. Like you're truly crazy. You might not get it. But you might find this funny. I just posted a link to it. Oh, come on, dude. I'm going to have to sit here all day long. So much drama here. You're not getting 5% the day before. I apologize, Bears. You might get 2, 2.5, possibly 3. You're not getting fucking 5 and 6% in a day. This isn't fucking COVID, man. Oh, you guys know Cumtown? Hey, Mike, how's it going? You guys want like 5% in one day. Hopefully you closed your shorts. Hopefully you closed your puts, took the money and ran. The dumb citizen. I'd like to get up to this 410.40 at least. I think we can go higher than that. There's another tag. There's some room to go higher. I don't know. I was thinking of hold them to the end of the day too. It's a pretty big steep. I mean, it's a pretty big move down. That's a pretty big move down to not. Let me look and see. Give me a second. Let me just take a look here. Return to the scene of crime? Probably not. Yeah, maybe. 410.34 has a nice ring to it. Consolidates and then maybe trade sideways into the bell. 410.34 is a nice place to take it. Although this is a little dramatic here. This is a little dramatic. If you were going to reset a short, right now it's at 410.27, so 410ish somewhere in here. It's moving down. These bears are what these bears want to do, like what sell side wants to do, is sell this down and hit this, whether now or into the close. I don't know that they get it. I have to measure it. Let me measure it real quick and see if there's a chance of actually hitting that. 405.48. You know, just 1 day declines. It's long in the fucking tooth, man. I would think as a seller, your best bet is that we pin. I mean, you could make a claim that we're gonna pin. What is that? 405. No, it's roughly 2. Don't pin me to this. It's like 2.16%. 2.3. That's reasonable for a daily decline. Where is that? 418. 448, I mean. It's like 2.22%. I'm not against like a decline into the bell like this. Like 2% down, 2.5% down the day is reasonable. Like when you start talking about like 3%, 4, 5%, we really need there's either some we don't know, really negative, or we're gonna rip some fucking faces off on this news. There could be something that we don't know. I'm assuming that something is leaked. Well, my point here is if we decline 3% or 2.3% today, and then you're expecting like another 2 or 3%, like a 5% move tomorrow, between today and tomorrow, something's leaked. So, so what does that mean? I would say that the worst case scenario for bears is that the worst case for bears that we trade sideways up in here into the bell today. Best case for bears is that we trade down into this bell to 405, 406. Unless there's something we don't know. It's possible. It's possible, man, that they're going to come into that meeting that we don't know, and they're going to talk about a cut. If they cut, I'm very bearish on a rate cut. Extremely bearish on a rate cut. But other than that, this is all semantics to me. Now, if price gets above at any point today where these swellers are, there's going to be a massive squeeze on high. So other than that, this is all semantics to me. If we can get down to 405, 406, I'm still extremely bullish down here. So I'll probably pick up a weekly calls for Friday or something down here. Unless there's got to be something material that we don't know. Yeah, I'm not listening to any of your gap down scenarios. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear gap down. I don't want to hear the nonsense. I'll say this. I shouldn't just wave you off. If you gap us down, right, and we get to 25 in the VIX, I'll probably put my whole account in long. That's my point. If we can make VIX at 25 to 28 in 2 days, I'm going to long this fucking market all day long. We're not going to 30 in my view. We'll go to like 25 to 28. 2 days to do that? I'm trying to look at this like just another dip buying opportunity. I want you to know, I want to be clear with you out there. I am not bearish in any way, shape, or form. Zero bearishness here. None. In any kind of decline that's like that, like we get a 28, 25 VIX, I'm extremely bullish. I'm not on board with 3,600. I'm not on board with 3,800. I'm not on board with going below 396 in any way, shape, or form. There would have to be something material that we don't know. Material, like something that you don't know, something that I don't know. Some kind of fucking horrific news that hasn't been told. And regional banks aren't it, and the debt ceiling is not it, and a 25 basis point rate hike is not it. Now, there has to be something more significant. So I apologize if you disagree with me. I understand completely. So I'm not trying to wave you off either. I think I was being dismissive and I shouldn't be. But I'm not in that camp at all. As a matter of fact, I can show you the last time that people were in that camp, they got fucking torched. Last week. They got fucking torched. Like 2 days later, we went up like, what, 3 or 4 or 5% or something stupid. So I just don't want to hear it. As a matter of fact, we were right here the last time that happened. We were exactly right here. We ripped some fucking faces off. It was gnarly. So I've got no wants to sell this market on the daily trigger. No wants on like 20, 30 points to risk that. Now, I think bears can get to 396. I think that's on the table. I think like a capitulation move 396 is definitely doable. But like the 380s, 378s, 360s, you need something material. You need like institutions selling into each other. So there'd have to be something we don't know. Hold on, I gotta make a phone call real quick. Give me 1 second. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on CNBC Live right now. And, well, you know what sucks is, let me see if I can pipe this in. Hold on a second. Give me a second here.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, House Democrats are trying to force a vote on clean debt ceiling.
All right, so let me see if I can put this, if I can pipe this on or not.
Reductions on hundreds of items throughout the store and online. We found a way to bring you your favorite looks at
So there's no delay in this CNBC. So this morning when I first got on, I told you I was going to be working in the background, and I told you yesterday I was going to be working in the background. So here's my take. I'm going to give you my take. I'm going to stay here with you, and this live stream staying on. But this is what I'm going to tell you here. In my view, you'll be lucky if we trade down here and close this gap. Okay? Now, you might be able to close this gap. I will buy weekly calls down here for Friday if we do close this gap. My thought here is that you're going to consolidate in here. Now, I've got some zero dates, and I'm going to hold these zero dates until we blast up here for a relief rally of some kind. If we can get to wherever these sellers are, these swellers are, and squeeze higher, I think the closer we get down here, the better our chances are of a squeeze higher. In my view is, you guys know what my views are in the market. You got, if anybody was here yesterday, in yesterday's live stream, I don't need to explain myself 16 times. It's like close enough. So I'm going to leave the live stream on. I'm going to come back in the live stream at critical points. If we bounce down here, I'll take some weeklies. If we trade and start to squeeze higher, I'll take some profit. What I don't want to do is sit here all day long and watch this bullshit for the next. It's 12 o'clock. We could do this for 2-3 more hours. So place your trades. Stay short if you're short. If you're in the crash camp, you're in the crash camp. Myself, I think we trade sideways. We're going to relief rally up into the close. If anything changes materially, like if we like break down below this gap, I'll entertain all offers. This, to me, I want you to know. Anybody that tunes in all the time, mute this really quick. Anybody that tunes in all the time, when you start trading sideways like that, and you're watching the white line trade sideways, and the red line start to turn sideways, and the white line start to turn sideways, begins to become more bullish, believe it or not. Okay? So that doesn't mean we don't squeeze down for a minute and then go higher, but some capitulation. But in my view, this market's going to trade sideways or trade higher. Now, the reason why I'm putting you on pause is because I'm talking to a friend right now from you guys in the stream, and I have 2 more people that I've talked to today that are part of what we do here. And I meant to do it yesterday, so I'm going to try to do it right now because I don't want to sit here for 3 hours and watch this happen. Like I'm not watching paint dry. So stick with me in the stream. Talk to each other in the chat. If you're extremely bearish here, like collapse bearish, hang out. I love bears. Don't get me wrong. I sell this market all the time. I have no problem selling it. So I'm with you if you're a bear. If you're like, we're going down to the depths of hell. There are other bears here. If you want, you can join us in Discord. We have a free Discord you can join if you're just joining us for the first time. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can put a link to the Discord. I'll put a link to the Discord so you can join. So you can get that link in there for you. I have some stuff. So what happened, I'll kind of give you an idea what happened here. I had done a bunch of work last week, and I lost that work into the weekend on Open Office. I had to redo all that work over the course of 2 days, and I still haven't sent it off. So I have to send that work off too. These are people that work for us in the background, and I have to get this stuff to them so they can continue to work. And I still haven't sent it. I was like, I'm going to do this today. This was yesterday, and then I'm like, didn't get to do it. This looks like sideways to me. So this is an opportunity, if we do consolidate here, for me to get this work done. So hang out, relax. If you do see a break above where these swellers are, if you're in long calls and you wanted to take profit here, I understand, because we could do this bullshit here. Pin into the close. If we do get above, if you want to see bullish, I made a comment this morning of people that pay attention every day. Here's where the bull plane is, right there, okay? Just so you can see it. There's the bull plane, and there's price. You need price to follow along. We trade higher, back test, and start to make our way into the close, okay? Right there. That's the bull plane forming. Doesn't mean it's going to form. Just letting you know. And I am long. I got a bunch of 410Cs. If they print, they print. If they don't, they don't. I'll be honest with you. If we reject up here, I'd be more than happy to buy some weeklies at 405 in the money for Friday. So I'll be right back. I'm going to put CNBC on in the background, keep it nice and low for you. I don't think it's delayed. I went through last week when I took the week off. I spent some time going through to get CNBC kind of real time.
From the chair. If you don't get the pause tomorrow, does that change your market bias?
So I'll leave this on for you to listen to and discuss. Whatever the fuck CNBC's saying. I can't stand CNBC, but it's on for you, okay?
Who cares what I think, okay?
And I'll still be here. I'll leave the video on. You can see me in the background working.
Right. If they come out, they ignore the inference towards a pause. If they come out extremely hawkish, then they're just saying break it. Your market bias will change. It has to.
Well, let me tell you this. 65% of people who responded to the survey I just mentioned say equity levels are too high relative to their outlook for earnings and the economy. 47% say there's a chance of a 10% decline in stocks over the next 6 months. So how do we, would you guys fall in that camp? Do you fall in that camp?
Listen, I've said this. I think the most intense contraction is right here. It's right now. I think when you're looking at all the economic data...
Contraction in what? I mean, we're about 4,200 10 seconds ago.
I'm not talking about the market. I'm talking about what's going on in the real economy. I'm talking about the impact on earnings. I'm talking about credit availability. I don't think anything matters after the second week of March, because that's when you saw the dramatic tightening in credit conditions. And we don't know the full effect of that yet. We are now playing through that. Month of April into May, credit conditions are going to get even tighter. And that is going to restrict economic growth, and I think we're going to really feel it in Q3.
And yet earnings were actually better than expected. And even guidance was a little bit better than expected. I know we reset the numbers and we reset expectations, but the numbers are the numbers, right?
Steph, the market doesn't believe it. You're absolutely right. Earnings are coming in this quarter so fabulously, up 3.2% from a month ago, the estimates, but the full year estimates are still going down, and that's the market's way of saying we don't believe it.
Not in every sector, they're not going down.
Quickly,
they're not going down in every sector.
No, but
in
overall,
technology,
but
they actually went the opposite way.
The way this narrative changes is when the Fed's done raising rates. Until then, every quarter will continue to be strong labor market, GDP's growing, earnings are okay. We don't believe it's going to last until the Fed stops.
And you're a long-term investor, and you see that as an opportunity. So do I. So does Joe. Right? Like that's where you see and you do your homework. And we'll have to be a little bit patient. You may not make money right away in names, but you look for big quality companies on sale.
I don't care if you're a longer-term investor or not. If you think the market, if you agree with the group that I mentioned, that if you're in the 47% that think there's a 10% decline coming in stocks, you could be a longer-term investor from here to eternity. You're not going to want to buy stocks today if you're convinced they're going to go 10% lower. Like you're not going to buy anything at the store if you know that a week from now it's going to be 40% off.
I'm not in that camp. I'm in the trading range camp, and I'm looking for opportunity. And I'm going to talk about a name that I bought.
I know. Hold on.
And that's exactly what I'm doing.
Don't do that yet.
No, I know.
Brian Belsky is here.
I mentioned.
So here's my issue with you. Okay. Welcome back.
Boy.
Thank you so much. No. This is legit. I think.
Okay.
So the last time that we were on together, you took a shot at me, suggesting that I was too negative on the earnings picture. Okay. You remember that?
I do.
So, I don't know, it was like a day or two later, you put out a note that said, quote, "For the first time in many years, our enthusiasm for stock market performance potential this year is relatively tempered." So, I mean, you sound like you're much more sanguine on the market than you would have people otherwise believe. I mean, you have a 4,300 price target on the S&P. You don't see a significant amount of upside ahead at all. So where's the rub? Where's the rub? You can't be overly optimistic on earnings and then put out commentary that says that.
First of all, thank you for clarifying. Thank you for an opportunity to talk about this. So there's a difference between earnings and performance.
Sorry, I thought I heard my name.
November of last year. That's our target. That's our base case. Our bull case is 4,800 and 230. So according to our work, the bottoms up number bottomed up for the market 2 weeks ago around 221 in terms of forecasts. As Jim said, the loss for this quarter.
The share it with a friend deal, even if that friend is yourself. Your McDonald's, your rules.
When it comes to McDonald's breakfast, mornings are your best friends. Right now, get a sausage biscuit with hash browns or chicken McGriddles with hash browns for just $2. Only at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
So we have found the piece by the Wall Street Journal regarding House Democrats trying to force a vote on a clean debt ceiling on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
My 105.
Das ist My 105 House. Die beste Housebeats non-stop.
CNBC from TuneIn.
Your CNBC program is coming right up. But did you know you can go?
Can you guys hear CNBC playing on your end? Can you guys hear CNBC, by the way? Like when I play, hold on a second. Alexa, play CNBC. Yeah, there was music at the end. I said her name by accident. Alexa, play CNBC.
Sign up for TuneIn.
All right, there we go. I got to stop saying her name. I'm always yelling at her. I'm always abusing her. I'm like the guy Nathan from Ex Machina. I abuse the robots and the AI. I'm not friendly.
Oh, no. Not now.
I'm the anti-hero.
I got you. Try this. And it's by Secret?
Yeah, Secret aluminum-free deodorant. It gets rid of those stinky PU pits instead of covering them up. Just wipe and you're fresh all day. Secret actually works, even aluminum-free.
Don't let be what people remember. Get your Secret in sticks or sprays.
Happened between 2009 and 2019, under promise and over deliver, and I think that's going to be the trend for the next few years.
Do you think Jim Leventhal is too optimistic on the market and on the economy?
To some degree, yes, I do. But again, that's over the very short term. Longer term, he's spot on. I believe that North American equities, both Canada and the United States, are going to lead the way for the next 3 to 5 years. I believe cyclicals, value, small cap. We have been, the move in small cap stocks has been unbelievably too negative. We're going to have this massive move into small cap, massive move into value, GARP, yield at a reasonable price, quality. Those are going to be leading for the next 10 years. What's happened so far this year has been a complete wish-wash of strategy. January was by the tech stocks that were beaten up the most. Yay, great. We actually were on the network saying we didn't believe in the January move. Then January, February, we had this value move. Then what happened in March was the debacle in financials, which caused people, investors, that needed to be invested, Scott. When you need to be invested, you buy the highest market cap stocks, liquidity stocks. Oh, what are they? Apple and Microsoft. So that's why tech went up in March. And the same things happened so far.
Maybe you went to them because they've got the best balance sheets. They've got the best, most stable growth. They're viewed as more defensive. in nature.
They do, and we've been.
You can cherry pick whatever reason you want to find why people went to those stocks to fit your case.
Right. We've been defending those stocks for years. We've called them the consumer staples of tech, and we've maintained our positions there. What we have not been in are the high multiple ARC stocks. We've been very negative on those stocks, and we think they're dead for 5 years. And we think technology as the leading sector is going to have a harder time, but that doesn't mean you can still not be market weight. It's 26% of the market. That's still a big portion.
Would you sell mega caps now? Take some profits?
No, I would not. I would trim back if you're overweight, because if these stocks have run, if your positions are above where the market is, I would be trimming them back to market weights.
Thanks. Earnings is what we're talking about, right? And I want to give you a reason. I want to rationalize why guys like me and Brian think that the bottom is in as of October. And it really comes down to where earnings are trending right now, right? Where next year's earnings are trending, around 245, 246, is where this year's earnings expectations were roughly a year ago. Now, that's a big move, right? That we pushed out the level of earnings around 246. We pushed it out a year. That was reflected, in our opinion. I'll speak for myself, probably for Brian. I think I can speak for Steffi too, but I don't want to. That was reflected in the 25% decline.
I don't speak for everybody here. Name everybody while you're at it.
Well, I'm not gonna speak for you, my friend. No, the 25% peak to trough.
Speaking for Bill.
Bill's with me. Bill's with me, even though he's a Devils fan.
He's speaking for Bill. Go ahead.
The 25% peak to trough decline last year was the reflection of $245 a share in S&P 500 earnings being pushed out a year. That's my opinion. I'll leave it there.
So Brian talked about the factor of momentum indicating something, and I think what it's indicating is that the market is experiencing a return to where growth is going to be favored. Growth at a reasonable price is going to be favored, in which inflation is coming down, in which, unfortunately, the overweight exposure to energy, materials, consumer staples needs to be pared back, and it's going to be pared back significantly in the next month. Further momentum strategies are going to be sellers of healthcare, they're going to be sellers of energy. You see that today. And the mega caps, however you wanted to find them, and by the way, a fantastic job with Meta holding on to that position. I'm now joining you in that position. But I think the mega caps, however you wanted to find them, they are indicative of the environment we are in right now.
No, I don't disagree with that. But the one thing is you have to remember, too, that so many energy stocks got thrown into the growth index. So you got to be careful on that, number one. Number two, staples are excessively expensive. And who's buying Campbell Soup in General Mills anymore? Number three, I think you can still, I think that what you want to be in, it's not binary, not all value or all growth. It's value, growth at a reasonable price, yield at a reasonable price, and quality. If you take a quality umbrella over the market and you do a filter, you know, the highest quality stocks are tech because of the balance sheet strength and the earnings stability.
That's why they're rallying right now. That's why quality is actually significantly outperforming momentum. But on your comment on energy, I just expand that if I don't understand when you
because remember when they reconstitute the index, a lot of the reconstitution of the index is based on performance. So energy has been a great performer in 21 and 22, so therefore you have a lot of energy stocks in the growth index. And I think that could be a problem, number one. Number two, I think that we've entered into this period like the 80s and 90s, mid-80s, mid-90s, where it's going to be a stock picker's market. Jim and I are talking, we talk more than you know off air, but
no.
It's really difficult. No. It's really difficult, and Stephanie can talk about this as well.
Joe too.
It's really difficult to beat the market when it's up a lot or down a lot. It's really difficult. But I think we're entering into a period, as we've been talking about now for several months, this notion of normalizing, historical returns, high single digit, low double digit. We can beat the market in those types of returns because we run concentrated portfolios, 50 stocks, 75 at the most in small mid cap. And if we're in the right stocks in the right positions, you can beat the market. I think too many people are still focused on making the big market call versus making stock calls.
So your value call, though, that would imply that you think rates are going to stay higher for longer. Is that in fact the case?
Stephanie, anything is higher than zero. Anything's higher than zero rates, right? And if you look at the historical interest rate with respect to the 10-year, including the financial crisis, it's 5%, right? Yeah. If you take that out, it's 7%. So we're going to be lower than that, right? But we're going to be, the majority of investors that I speak with, unfortunately, on the sell side have been in the business 10 years. All they know is that you buy stocks as interest rates go down. But if we're in a 2 to 3% or 3 to 4% 10-year Treasury range. That's really good for stock picking, and it's really good for value, but it's also good for growth at a reasonable price. And so I think that's the kind of environment we're heading into.
Let me ask you before we go. There was a time where you advocated for buying the financials. Do you, like others, not all, but others, worry that there's another shoe to drop in all this that we've been witnessing, especially on the regional side?
It's a wonderful question. We only own 3 small cap banks, and we've done a lot of work in terms of their balance sheet strength and cash flow, and more importantly, management.
Are you allowed to say what they are?
Yeah, Glacier Bank, First Citizens, and East West Bancorp. Exquisitely clean balance sheets, great management teams, and great cash flow. Now, we have been very clear that our overall theme for financials is money center banks, Canadian banks, asset managers, and broker-dealers. Why? All 4 of those industries are scalable. And I believe we said on air on April 5th, it's already happened. Big banks are taking share from small banks. The exact inverse of what happened in 2008, 2009. I believe you're going to see massive consolidation. There's 4,000 banks in the United States. I think 5 years from now, there's 2,500 because of the consolidation. There's 600 publicly traded banks. I bet there's 300 because we're going to see consolidation in the small mid-cap land. Who wins in that? The big guys. Why? Because of balance sheet strength, price to tangible book has never been stronger, and they do have the credit and balance sheet available to be able to facilitate even through a storm.
Are the Leafs going to win the Cup too?
I'm more worried about the Twins. They beat the Yankees for the first time in a season series in 20 years, so maybe they'll finally get to the playoffs and beat the Yankees. The Leafs.
Will you only go with the Canadians, the Bank of Montreal? You don't even acknowledge the Leafs?
Sure, but I don't want to jinx them. If you're a true Toronto fan or a true Minnesota sports fan, you never want to support them publicly because you go the other way.
All right. It's good having you back.
Thank you so much.
Here, especially
I appreciate
in person.
it.
Yeah, good to see you. Brian Belsky, BMO. Up next, Icon under attack. A bombshell new report today from short seller Hindenburg Research. It's taking aim at Carl Icon's IEP. The full details on this developing story.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
New customers, download the DraftKings Casino app and use code DRAW for a limited time. Get 100% deposit match up to $100 in casino credits just for signing up with DraftKings Casino. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Gambling Disorder Helpline at 800-270-7117. 21 and over, Michigan only. One per opted-in new customer. Minimum $5 deposit. Max match $100 in casino credits, which require one-time playthrough within 7 days. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/playerschoice. Restrictions apply.
It's Angela Yee here to tell you about a superfly city with amazing food, dope music, great shopping, and much more. My second home, you know what it is. The D, Detroit. The perfect place for a girls trip, guys trip, or a romantic getaway. It's where I go for the hottest events and festivals, stunning art, and even unique bookstores. I want people to love the D as much as I do. Discover more about why I love this city at visitdetroit.com. Detroit is more than just a destination, it's a conversation.
Electrical lines can go down because of weather, accidents, or falling tree limbs. And anytime one goes down, it's dangerous. So DTE asks that if you see a downed line, please stay at least 20 feet away from it or anything it touches. Then report it by first calling 911 and then DTE at 800-477-4747. Remember, if you ever see a downed line, please stay away and stay safe. A safety message from DTE.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dow's down 500, and we do have a bombshell today from short seller Hindenburg Research, which is revealing a new short position against Carl Icahn's IEP. The Hindenburg report says IEP has significantly inflated the value of its assets, that it trades at an unreasonable premium to its holding company peers. Hindenburg saying IEP trades at a more than 200% premium to its reported net asset value when compared to Dan Loeb's Third Point and Bill Ackman's Pershing Square, for example, which they contend each trade at a discount. Hindenburg contends IEP's NAV is inflated by at least 22% due to overly aggressive marks and underperformance, which it contends is continuing. They take aim at 3 IEP units specifically: real estate, meat packaging, and automotive parts. Hindenburg also goes after IEP's dividend yield of 15.8%, saying it, quote, equates to an absurd 50.5% of last reported indicative value net asset value. They allege the dividend is unsupported by IEP's cash flow and investment performance, which they say has been negative for years. Hindenburg also says IEP has suffered additional performance losses since its last disclosure. They say they expect Icahn to cut or eliminate the dividend entirely, barring what it calls a miracle turnaround. And in one of the most explosive passages in their report today, Hindenburg says, in quote, in brief, Icahn has been using money taken in from new investors to pay out dividends to old investors. Such Ponzi-like economic structures are sustainable only to the extent that new money is willing to risk being the last one, quote, holding the bag. Icahn isn't the only one under fire as well. Hindenburg also takes a shot at Jefferies, saying it's the only large investment bank with research coverage on IEP, saying it has continuously placed a buy rating on IEP units. Quote, in one of the worst cases of sell-side research malpractice we've ever seen, Jefferies research assumes in all cases, even if it's bear case, that IEP's dividend will be safe into perpetuity, despite providing no support for that assumption. Finally, Hindenburg mentions Icahn's personal margin loans, which they say Icahn hasn't disclosed basic metrics around. And they finished with this, quote, overall, we think Icahn, a legend of Wall Street, has made a classic mistake of taking on too much leverage in the face of sustained losses, a combination that rarely ends well. As you can imagine, I reached out to Mr. Icahn earlier for a response. Waiting to hear back. We'll certainly share it with you if, in fact, I get one. Coming up, this stock is on track for its...
If lawn care were easy, everyone would do it as well as True Green does it. In 3 easy steps, the tools at TrueGreen.com help ensure your custom treatment delivers a greener, healthier lawn. Guaranteed. Go online to get 50% off your first application. True Green. Live life outside.
BetMGM's online casino is where the action is. Dive into the action with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up with bonus code MICasino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Must be 21 years of age or older, Michigan only. Please gamble responsibly. Visit BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With Well Business, you get 24/7 U.S.-based support, 99.9% network reliability, and up to 1 gig speeds.
May is Small Business Month. To celebrate, we're offering up to 30 megabytes of business internet for just $30 a month, plus free installation, price lock guarantee, and a 60-day satisfaction guarantee.
Partner with Well Business. Visit switchtowellbusiness.com. 99.9% network reliability based on average HFC availability. October through December 2022. Offer for new customers, 2-year agreement subject to change. Price does not include taxes, fees, and equipment charges. Restrictions apply.
This week at Macy's, find great deals on a gift she'll love just in time for Mother's Day. Like fragrance gift sets from her favorite brands, like Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Carolina Herrera, and more. Give her a new bag from Coach and Michael Kors, $250 and under. Plus, update your weekday wardrobe with wear-to-work separates, $150 and under. And get contact-free curbside pickup or pickup in store today at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
92% of households that join Peloton early in the year are still active a year later.
Yeah, if you like cycling to EDM.
Not just EDM. Try cycling to Broadway hits, take a scenic hike in Iceland on our treadmill, or row to some 80s jams.
Because I have so much free time.
Whether you have 30 minutes or just 5, Peloton can fit any schedule. 92% stick with it. So can you. Try Peloton tread, row, or bikes risk-free with a 30-day home trial. New members only. Not available in remote locations. See additional terms at onepeloton.com/home-trial.
CNBC.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Courtney Reagan. Here's your CNBC News update at this hour. The United Nations is warning that 800,000 people could be forced to flee Sudan as a result of fighting between two rival military factions. Hundreds of people have been killed and thousands wounded over 16 days of battles. The UN warns the situation will continue to devolve into a worse humanitarian crisis. Back in the U.S., House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has accepted an invitation to meet with President Biden next week to discuss how to handle the debt ceiling. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns the country could hit the ceiling as early as June 1st, putting new pressure on lawmakers to get a deal done. And Hollywood writers are on strike today after failing to reach an agreement with production studios for a new contract that promises higher wages and more job security. This is the first work stoppage for the Writers Guild of America since 2007 and will disrupt live TV and possibly delay future
Buy
shows.
It, trade it just said I went outside and touched things.
And cost the
Good job,
California
buy it, trade
economy
it.
over $2 billion. Scott, back over to you.
Appreciate it. Courtney Reagan, thank you. All right, let's get to our chart of the day. Uber shares having their best day of the year after the company reported better than expected results. Joe, you own it as we take a look at our chart of the day.
Chart looks pretty good. 2 consecutive days where you have a gap higher, and it's warranted today. This was an excellent quarter. It's record profitability and record free cash flow generation. And the guidance for Q2 in terms of profitability looks strong as well. Overall, I thought the call was excellent.
Thanks, young traveler. I appreciate it.
From Uber were supportive of the premise that Lyft in its existence will still be there. But I do believe a lot of the near-term fundamental momentum that Uber is realizing is predicated upon capturing market share from Lyft. And if you just look at overall rideshare in the United States, currently 76% is attributable to Uber. That number, pre-pandemic was in the low 60s. So they're capturing market share. They're navigating through a very difficult environment. They're achieving record profitability. The free cash flow is there. This is a stock that I'm happy to own, and I might buy more if it breaks out above 38, which was the high in February.
Speaking of breaking out, $45 IPO price. So for all that we're talking about, how much the stock is up, $45 is the IPO price.
One of the things,
still underwater.
Yeah,
there.
One of the things I did well was to avoid it early on and wait for the company to mature a little bit, kind of wash away some of the troubles from the previous management, the social issues that were embedded into the company. And I think the company has matured well. I think the current entire management team has really stewarded this company into a really strong position.
All right, up next, Santoli with his midday word. But first, a message from Glow Recipe co-founder Christine Chang as CNBC celebrates Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage.
It's been incredibly rewarding to build Glow Recipe together with Sarah, my co-founder. We know that female co-founder duos are unique in the industry, and it's been an honor for us to leverage our heritage and be able to storytell around how skincare should be this beautiful, joyful, sensorial self-care experience. My advice for other AAPI founders would be to take up space. Don't minimize your achievements. Don't be afraid to ask for more. Ask often and advocate for your achievements. You deserve to shine.
Oh, yeah, baby. In the green
New customers,
right now.
download the DraftKings Casino app and use code DRAW.
I'm in the green right now. Oh, there we are. Oh. Ooh, a little bit of squeeziness going on there. A little bit of squeeziness going on there. Sweller's getting run over right now. Doing these tools right now. I'm talking about the tools right now in the background.
99.9% network reliability, and up to 1 gig speeds.
May is Small Business Month. To celebrate, we're offering up to 30 megabytes of business internet for just $30 a month, plus free installation, price lock guarantee, and a 60-day satisfaction guarantee.
Partner with Wow Business. Visit switchtowowbusiness.com. 99.9% network reliability based on average HFC availability. October through December 2022. Offer for new customers, 2-year agreement subject to change. Price does not include taxes, fees, and equipment charges. Restrictions apply.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions.
Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
DQ presents The Sound of Summer Calling.
Hey, it's me, Summer. I know you're busy with Beach Days Little League games and all the other fun in the sun, but you gotta get to DQ ASAP Pronto right now. The new Summer Blizzard menu is here, and it brought 5 iconic summer flavors, like new peanut butter puppy chow and s'mores. Oh yeah, it's back. Oh, that's my other line. Everyone is pumped about this new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. I gotta go. See ya, DQ.
Get it in the app. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Walk the dogs, school drop-off, meetings from 10 to 3, take kids to soccer, then no time left for a jog.
When everyone else is relying on you, it's easy to put your needs last. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist online, so you can show up for yourself the way you do for others. Tap now or visit betterhelp.com/pressplay today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/pressplay.
xchair.com.
All right, senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is right here at Post 9. The market view seems to be changing like the weather. It's like one day we're worried about who's next on the regional banks, the next day we're not. Now we're worried about it again.
Yes.
Hard landing back in play until it isn't. What do you think? What do you see?
I think a lot of things coming together to give the feel of a fragile setup 24 hours before the Fed is likely to hike. So the Australia hiking rates overnight, along with a batch of softer data and another run at some of the weaker regional banks, to me sets up that call of is the Fed overcommitted to hiking? Is it,
All right, so just a heads up here. If there is a breakout higher, there's 2 things I want you to pay attention to. If there is a breakout higher. So there is a bull plane forming, okay? I don't like having declines like this. This is like a rules, okay? Write these down. I don't like having declines like this and expecting like the market to just rip higher. Normally what they'll do is they kill all these calls in here so that you can't monetize. Like any of these trapped call holders up here, they won't monetize these guys. Anyone that's trapped up here. So even if we go up, well, my point here is that the best you'll expect is probably 412.30. Okay? Even if we go up here, watch my cursor over here. You'll see a failure at some point, right? And all those call holders won't print their calls. Okay? So that's like the best outcome for a bull here. So just in 0 dates, at some point, you take the money and run. Either here, here, here. Okay? Normally. Not always. Like 9 out of 10 times. With that said, there's still this gap that hasn't been filled down below. I'm not anti going down here for this gap today either. So just temper your expectations. Sometimes we do. And we could also just ping pong around in here. So if you're like taking your money and running here, repositioning yourself, if you're a bull, just temper your expectations is my point. Now this S3 though is kind of, this is, not a bad, I mean, to be outside of our implied move for today and stay and not even come back to retest S3 is kind of a big deal. Even if it's a failure to retest S3, it's kind of like a head scratcher. Unusual. So can we get up there? Sure. I'm long 0 dates here. Now, if at any point this fails and comes back down to fill this gap today, by the end of the fucking day, I'm looking for a gap or for a dip. If you're a bull out there, you should consider this a gift. Like between where we are right now, for like some calls, where we are down here for some calls, or any kind of weakness off of the FOMC rate decision tomorrow. These are 3 prime opportunities for weeklies, monthlies. The fact that where you're getting this gift the day before the FOMC rate decision, you're going to have a dip to buy. I assure you, either right here where my cursor is, or any kind of weakness off of that rate decision. So that's what I'm going to tell you. Like 396, if they even gave the gift of 396, it's like full port calls. So if you're a bull out here, this is not a bad place. And I don't mean on 0 dates specifically, but like, and I don't even know if it's weeklies, but like between the now and tomorrow, buying a monthly down here, like 396 monthlies, I'll take it. So just be aware of that. Because otherwise, you're positing that the market is going to trade to 380, basically. You're saying it's going to go to 387, 378, not 387, like 380, 378, somewhere down there. So unless you're on that, if you're on that, like, hey, we're going to 378, 380, I need us to trade below 396 to even discuss 380. That's another 160 points lower. So of us going down right now, from 409 to 396. So like that's 140 points lower. And then it's another 100 and fucking whatever below that. So for me personally, you're either getting a dip buy for like 2-week or monthly calls here, you're getting them down here, or you're going to be getting them tomorrow and any kind of weakness tomorrow. And I will warn you of something. If they unclench this VIX, this volatility, right, you go into the meeting tomorrow, right? The moment whatever the number is that comes out tomorrow, that volatility is gone. Makes sense? That volatility comes off the market. And if we're at like fucking 400 or 396 or 405 or something, this market's going to rip faces off higher just from the vol being unclenched. Just keep that in mind the next 2 days. So yesterday, just the SPY, forget SPX and ES, right? So just yesterday we were at 417, right? Think about this. Like, write down a piece of paper, like 417. We're at 420 on an ES. And I'm like, yeah, I would love to buy 396, right? So that's like 240 points lower. If you think we're going lower than 240 points on the S&P 500 on 25 BPS rate hike, there's got to be something we don't know. Like if you're positing that, like, hey, the S&P 500 is going to fall 300, 400, 500 points on a 25 basis point rate hike, something's like there's something we don't know if that's the case. All right. You guys get what I'm saying? So like you got to like, I'm not anti that. I'm not anti us going down, from yesterday's high, from 420 on ES, saying, hey, we're going to go from 420 down to 396, right? So what is that? 240 points, right? So if you're going to posit that as a bear, you're like, okay, I'm a bear. Or let's just say you're a bull, and you're like, we're going to go down 240 points on a 25 basis point hike. I'm like, okay, that sounds legit. I can get on board with that. I can posit that. I can be like, yeah, I can digest that. But if you're going to tell now, this is the normal motions of where we are in the market, right? So like we're at the top at 420. We're going to definitely come down. The market doesn't go straight up, doesn't go straight down. It zigzags. We all know that, right? So on the zigzag down, you're like, okay, we're going to go down 240 points. So like that's a little long in the tooth, but it's possible. This is on everything that we know is going to happen tomorrow. So like 25 BPS, just a pause, not rate cut, not 50 BPS. And you wanted to say, well, it's not just that cap. We ran all the way up. We're at the top of the rotation. We've rotated already once. We're going to take 240 points. I'm like, yeah, I get all that. But then there's some people out there that are right now saying, we could go down like 300, 400, 500 points. I'm like, eh. I mean, you're talking about breaking 396 right now and going to 380, 378. I'm like, there has to be something we don't know. That's possible. But that information hasn't shown itself yet. Could we go down to 380 this month? Possible, yeah. Right now, price-wise, possible. At some point this month, like in the month of May. Not probable. I'd give you 380 for the debt ceiling, like June 1st, or even if it was front run into like maybe the last week of May. But just try to think about, I guess my point to you if you're a bear is like, remember, if you're a bull or a bear, it doesn't matter. If we're going up, we zigzag up, right? If we're going down, we zigzag down. The only time we don't zigzag down, like we're going down, something like that. Only time we don't do this zigzag down, there's your relief rally right there. There's your other relief rally. Only time we don't do that and just start fucking like sending it, like boom, boom, gap downs, overnights, that kind of stuff. That's when we're in negative gamma with high volatility, like above 30, trading 30, 40 on the VIX. We're in a bear or not just a bear market, but in a bear, or I'm being like saying bear, but like it's negative gamma. It's markets positioned like we've got tons of fucking puts down there. Then we get cascade waterfall puts. Then you've got institutions selling into each other. So you need like material reasons for that to happen. You need high volatility. We're not into any of those things. That just the picture that I posted on the stream today. Just look at that picture. If you were tuned in yesterday, I showed you the trend that we were in, the overall larger trend that we were in. And even on rotation, we're not bearish. We're at like 60%, 50% right now. Maybe even higher. I haven't looked today, but yesterday was quite high. Like if you want to start seeing the legs down, we need to be at like below 40 and then below 21. That's when you get a liquidation event. So when we rotate in and out of sectors, and we're rotating, right, in and out, in and out, in and out. That's what we did this past Thursday and Friday. We rotated back in to tech and stuff, right? And when we did that, there was another market rotation. Price wasn't following breadth. And so when we're in a low volatility environment, that's what happens. We're not in a high volatility environment. The VIX tells you that. So we just traded the fuck down to what on the VIX? We just traded down to $15.15. It's like 100 points in the VIX or 10 points in the VIX is a big move. It's a huge move to get to 25 in the VIX right now. So just be conscious of that. Like keep that on your radar. Whether you're a bull or bear, it doesn't matter. Just like I want you to like be making money, not just, oh yeah, baby, 67 cents on those 410s right now. So just keep that idea, right, in the back of your mind, or keep your expectations rational. You don't need to call every up or down or the top. There's always someone that's like, that was the top. I called it. But they've been calling it for the past month, right? Past 3 months, past 6 months. Actually, since last May or so, 2022, right? That's the bottom, that's the top. Which hasn't. I was just talking to a friend about this, and if you're a bear or sell side, you take profit. You get a move like this, you take profit, and you let the market breathe a minute before you take short again. Even yesterday, when we hit that new high on SPY yesterday. Remember, Winky was calling out the new highs yesterday, and you start to say, hey, it's a little toppy, right? We need to come down a little bit. We know that even if we went up today, that it would get sold at between 1 and 3 o'clock into the Fed rate decision. Just like temper your expectations, trade each level. You don't start discussing that we're going to 378 until you break every level. Like you take it level to level. You break through the next level, then you start to entertain the conversation that we're going lower, right? If you break this daily trigger, like watch this daily trigger right here. If price begins to break below and then reject, right? Proving to you, right? Breaks below, right? This support turns into resistance, right? And then you can begin to discuss, hey, we're going to 400 or we're going to 396. Then down there, you take the money and run. And then if it breaks, let's pretend this was 396, you'd have to see a definitive breakthrough and then even just a confirmation that we're going lower for each level. And this mostly has to do with bears because we're in a positive gamma environment. And we're in a trend higher. On the zigzag channels, you guys see it, right? I showed it to you yesterday. So specifically to bears, you have to be like tactful. Take your money and run. Wait for the confirmation that we're going lower. That's an important thing. You don't want to see consolidation. Matter of fact, I'll show it to you. Let me show you guys something. So I'd spoken to Winky, I think on Thursday, and I was like, we're getting a trend day. And then I spoke to Joe Donut on Friday, and I was like, we're getting another fucking trend day. And how you could see it was, this is the daily right here, this yellow line. And what you wanted to see on this was a break. Hold on here. If you were a bear, what you wanted to see was a break below the daily and then a firm rejection of the daily. And that's your next leg lower. You take the money and run here. You wrap it up and you wait for the price action to show you that we're going lower, like a hard rejection on that daily right there. See it? When we didn't get that hard rejection, we started fucking around in here. We start seeing this nonsense over here. We had one capitulation moment, but the time that it took to do this was not convincing. Okay, this is like this is basically dealers horse trading. Simplest way to say it. And this is sell side taking the money and running and handing the bags off to a new bear. Bear's like, woo, we're going down. And you get the quick reversal and you're completely fucked. So you have to pay attention to this stuff. If there's a definitive blast through, we start like right away start going down on this rejection right here. That's your answer that we're going lower. Now, just right here. If you're a bear, what you want to see is here to come back down and immediately start to sell. Like today, tomorrow, not fucking 5 days from now or 5 sessions, not fucking 10 sessions, none of this horse shit over here. You know, and that's where you get your 3 red bar trade, right? It's like they call it 3 bar trade, right? 3 bar bearish trade. That shit's like 3 days. It's the elevator down. So you're looking for this if you're a bear coming up. Your next target below would be 401.68. Below that, 397.94. And that's what I'm talking about. Like that's what I'm expecting. So at worst, something like this. And then a dip to get bought in here. And I'm watching breadth at the same time. And I'm watching PPO and PPMs to grab that dip down there. So if you're a bull, I mean, you're like, fuck it. If we can get anything, like this is a gift to a bull. That's my point. Like 400, 396. If that were to happen, sweet. Don't do it. You know, I don't want to buy calls tomorrow. If we were trading tomorrow up here, I don't want to fucking buy calls right here at 412 or 420. I want to buy them down here. Make sense? For a trip higher. Right? Yesterday we were talking about put spreads in the stream yesterday. And I was like, yeah, I wouldn't be getting like 360s or 390s. I think what was the spread, the put spread that I called out yesterday was, it's on tape, right? I think it was 408 or what was it? 416? I think it was 417 or 420 down to 400 or 404. And you've gotten most of it at this point, right? So you get the point that I'm trying to make, I guess, is you take your money and run, wait for the next, and see this hourly rolling over right here? This is bearish. This hourly coming down like this is bearish here. I'm not anti this rolling over up here. That's going down, but you're looking for certain things. You're either looking for price to be below 408 or a rejection at 412 up here. You're looking for one of those things. Here's 412 up here. So if price goes up here, you'll be looking for this sell down. That's where you'll make some money. You'll take the money and run here. Blasts below, and you'll wait for the confirmation for the next leg lower over here. Make sense? Money here, money here, money here. Don't get trapped in this shit in here. Because I'll show you an example. I already showed you the example, right? Just last Thursday, what happened here? They burned a bunch of puts into the end of the week, and then come Thursday and Friday, they fucking blasted it to 420, right? 4,200. So, you know, there'll be bears that are in here going, I'm just going to hold. I'm sure there were bears last week we were down here in this daily last Wednesday and closed. And I bet they were like, fuck that, we're going lower. And it's not that we don't go lower. Just take the money and run, then get back in once we break below, and it's definitively going down. Level to level is the point that I'm trying to make. So right now we have a bullish, a bull cross happening on the SPY. We'll see if it gets rejected, if the sellers are able to hold on up here. If they are not able to hold on, we are going to begin to squeeze, likely to 412.30 or a failure of 412.30. This could be a bull trap. We can go lower. I'm not anti that trade lower either. If this trade doesn't work out for me to the upside, I'm just looking for another dip to buy down below to destroy these sellers at this point. Now, for me to take a short here or a put, because I do want to get on this put, I'm looking to buy puts right here, somewhere in here. I want to buy some puts in here for the rate decision tomorrow. So if I get a chance to buy some puts, I'll be closing out these calls up here and buying some puts down here. That's my plan. If we go up here. So again, I don't know if maybe I'm saying two different things. If we go up here, monetize, buy puts. If we go down here, definitely getting some weeklies or not weeklies, probably monthly. I said weeklies, but it's probably 2 week out or maybe a monthly's out from here. Is there anything down here? Can probably I'm not guarantee it, but there's a high probability we're going back up between now and end of month. Okay. Now trading 65 cents on 410 Ps. 412s I'm looking at too. Those are 12 cents right now. So those 12 cents, they're saying, the dealers are saying we're not going to get to 412. That's what they're saying. Dealers are saying we're not getting there. At 12 cents, yeah, they're saying they only pay 11 cents. That's a goddamn lie, too. So they're saying we're not getting up here. At least that's what the dealers are saying. It might actually be a good trade. I have to buy some 412Cs, too. So just right now, we are on a bull cross right now. We want to see confirmation first. How do you get confirmation on a bull cross? It's not just the cross. You're also looking for price to check the 1 and 5 minute right here. What you'll see is price trade higher, check, and then move higher. This is, if you flip this chart upside down, it's the same thing that I was just telling the bears. You get the squeeze higher, come back down. This is the money part of the trade for bulls right here. If this happens. Okay, so we'll just watch this as it unfolds. If you don't know what I'm talking about, come back every day. We talk about this every single day. So if you're like, I don't know where we're at, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what he means, there's two options for you. Either join us in the Discord. It's a very welcoming Discord. People will teach you there, or keep showing up to these live streams every day, and you'll understand within a week. Like within 5 sessions, you'll be like, I understand. We keep it really fucking simple around here. And this is a 1 minute chart right now we're trading on. So I'll be back with you in just a moment. There's some links to the Discord. I just posted them in Twitch and on YouTube. So if you guys want to click through that link. Did I click through? Did I give? Oh, it didn't show. That's weird. It didn't show the Discord link. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get you a different link. Oh, there it is. One just popped up on Twitch. Just took a few minutes. Like not a few minutes, like 30 seconds, 45 seconds later, it'll kick in.
Interest rate risk, and at the same time that they've had enormously resilient deposits. That's a wonderful combination with higher interest rates.
I don't know why
widening
the
their
iDiscord didn't work
so
on YouTube.
I think
Hold on.
it's very different because it's not systemic. It's really a flow, flight to quality, and the fact that the big banks are going down so much, I think, is creating that opportunity.
Right, so you'd be a buyer here. I mean, some have said it's Wells Fargo sort of ironically benefiting from the asset cap, that maybe they didn't grow deposits more during the pandemic and go out on a limb in the same way that other institutions
Sweller's
did.
getting run over right now. Sell side getting run over. Trading 409.93. 410C's trading 72 cents.
Question when we see sort of scare headlines like they're running a drudge right now that say, the U.S. banking system is insolvent, basically. What would your response be to that?
Well, it's a stupid comment because, of course, they're only marking one side of the balance sheet to market, right? Insolvency is when your liabilities exceed your assets, right? If your liabilities plus equity.
Joe Dunn was like, Cap's got the hand on the rudder today.
People are very focused on marking the assets to market, your loans, your securities, and they're saying these things are underwater.
Called me and was like, dude, really?
What is the value of your deposits? Right? When you have a source of funds at 1.5%.
Don't forget this 410.24, the 411.38.
4 or 5, and those deposits are sticky, which in the case of many of these banks that have smaller
413.22, another
basis, those deposits
another
have not
place
just been
of interest.
Sticky. They've been growing during
that one
this period
above
at a very, very low cost. So you have to mark both sides to market. And of course, what matters, Kelly, is not whether somebody has longer term assets. It's that whether their assets match their liabilities in duration.
So this right here is
what we've seen in the case of somebody like Wells Fargo is very, very sticky deposits. Think of all the bad headlines that
this is
have
the
plagued
hourly
Wells
trigger
Fargo over the last 5 or 6 years, and yet the deposits have
doubt we get there, but
something
whatever.
Like 90 or 92% deposit
413
retention rate. So in a way, that's longer than your cable bills, and very, very sticky and very, very valuable.
46.
And so
currently,
when people talk about marking the asset side and saying they're insolvent without marking up the liability side, I think they're just showing some ignorance of basic accounting.
But what happens from here, Chris, and kind of broaden this out, because obviously you have holdings across the whole economy. Aside from Berkshire itself, you have Applied Materials, you have Texas Instruments, so some semi-plays there. There's concerns, obviously, about, kind of the glut coming out of the pandemic, and the macro factors hanging over the
That's
banks, where you go,
not
okay,
423.
It's not just that they got into kind of a mismatch here because of Fed rate hikes. It's that we appear to be heading into a recession. You can quibble about exactly when it's going to start, but is that priced in? I mean, to any of these stocks that you hold?
Well, I think when you look at the Fed stress test, of course, it seems crazy that it didn't include interest rate exposure.
Price now above the 1 5-minute and hourly trigger.
Was making those adjustments anyway, or should have
been. Or the daily trigger, excuse me.
But certainly the Fed stress
price
test
now above 1 5-minute and daily trigger,
in the face
above
of
at the hourly trigger, 413.45.
Particularly in the large banks where you have the highest capital ratios in history. You have enormous resiliency to withstand, 10% unemployment, big declines in commercial real estate, residential real estate. All of those stress test factors put in.
Biden economic advisor Ramamurthy says the U.S. emerges from this with banking system in good shape.
Alexa, turn off CNBC.
Adding that the banking system has demonstrated a lot of resilience.
He's off. I fucking hate CNBC. I'll be honest, I can't stand him. I turned him off. Lawmakers urge Fed's Powell to halt interest rate hikes. Smoking crack. Like all this stuff that I read is insane. Like, can you imagine, I'm a bull, but can you fucking imagine halting interest rate hikes or cutting them here? Like, lawmakers are basically telling someone that's poor to go fuck themselves. It's fucking mind-blowing. It's like straight mind-blowing.
This stream is sponsored.
This shows you how uneducated voters are. When lawmakers
and stock instruments.
When lawmakers tell try to urge Powell to halt interest rate hikes. Basically, if you don't make $300,000 a year, I'll be honest with you, if you don't make $300,000 a year, and your lawmaker is telling the Fed, I always find this shit fascinating. As a matter of fact, I just got a notice. I just got a notice for jury duty. And the last time I was on jury duty, I'm always fascinated because people that think they're like, yeah, throw the criminals in jail. And then a lot of the people that commit DWI are those same people. Well, you don't hear about how when the law comes for them, they're all about rehabilitation and not being put in jail, you know? And so you're like, so the point that I'm trying to make to you is if you don't make $300,000 a year, you might be like, yeah, they should cut rates. I make $100,000 a year. I make $120,000 a year. It doesn't impact me. Fuck the poors. But the reality is you're more than likely more poor than you think you are. I bet your debt to income ratio is all fucked up. I bet you're like one accident away, one DWI away, one lost job or layoff away from losing your nice house. Whatever it is you have. Your wife, your kids, your dog, or whatever. And of course there's a section of that population that's like, cut rates. I mean, basically, you have to make pretty much up more than like about $300,000 a year to even be like, yeah, fuck it. I don't care if eggs go up. It doesn't impact me. That's a very small portion of our society. It's not that many people. Your friends and you might make $300,000 a year, but most people don't. They might say they do, but they fucking don't. But I was like, so I'm reading it right now. It's like, lawmakers urge Fed's Powell to halt interest rate hikes. Are you insane? Insane. Yeah, I'm not talking about one good year. I'm talking about year after year, you're making like low, mid six figures. And you expect to make more, too, of course. Here's that recheck right now. We're going to get the recheck on. We're going to get the recheck right now on the. I'm going to show it to you right now. Here's the recheck on that I was telling you about. So you get the cross right here, right? Here's the cross. I'm going to make it nice and big for you. Here's the bull cross right here, just so you can identify it, right? And you're going to get a recheck of it. And you're going to see sellers come in here. So sell side, right, does not want this to happen. If you've got a big room full of professional sellers right now, if they're in this big sweaty boiler room,
shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo.
This is where they come in right here. They try to sell this and create a bull trap here, a reversal where it's the downside. If they're unable to do this, we end up violently squeezing higher. Violent. And what they do is they take the opposite side of the trade. So if they're short this market, they will buy this market, stay short, or take their money and run. But they will buy this market here. And they will buy it and run it up until the next place that they can short. Which right now is showing itself as 413.46 and this 412.30 area above. So if there's a boiler room, we start to trade higher, they will take the trade long, and they will look to jump back in short above there.
Counterparties take $2.267 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
And you can actually see it right now, right below me. That's their last stand right there. So you can either get out of your calls. Your 410Cs are now 71 cents. If you had been DCAing all the way down, you should be doing quite well right now. Now trading 72 cents. If you wanted to take some off and just leave 25% on for this trip higher, to see if you get a fat payday. So be it.
So just
now trading 73 cents. 410, 74 cents.
$4 a barrel to a session low now.
And you should see a squeeze higher. Just had a nice check here on the 1 minute. We're going to check the 5 minute real quick.
So just noting risk assets.
Nice cross down below. We're now trading above on the 5 minute chart, the 1 minute trigger, or the 27 EMA on the 5 minute chart. We are now trading above it. There's your little red line right here, your target above. Let's see if the bulls can hold on here. Could see a liquidation break at some point. You're going to piss off sell side right now. Trading 75 cents on 410 Cs. I'm trying to see these sellers going to come in. They're pretty pissed off right now. Thanks, Miggy. Steady as she goes. We're now staying on the 5 minute chart because I don't want y'all to panic out there. See if the bulls can do it here or not. See if we can squeeze out some of these sellers up to the little red squiggly line up here. This one right here. Steady as she goes. Trading 410.06. Keep on squeezing. 410.10. Seller stepping in right now. See that big red ball right there? Trying to reverse it on you. Hourly starting to turn from extreme bearishness to some kind of bullishness. I'm going to show you guys on another chart here.
So the White House says that Biden will discuss initiating a separate budget process during their meeting with Congress leaders.
So here's the SPY. Clean bounce off of the daily trigger. This red here is the 5 minute chart. I want you to pay attention to this red velocity down here. And this was extreme bearishness down here. Starting to become bullish on the 5 minute right here, right? So on the 5 minute, okay, wanted to see this come up. Right? See how it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. Expecting it to go up here. Remember, at the start of this morning, we looked at the hourly velocity, right? Remember this morning, right here, said, yeah, we're rolling over on hourly. Expected to come down. And you can actually see right now the hourly is just beginning to turn bullish. Not confirmed yet, but, well, it's like extreme bearishness, which means we should at least have this, even if it's just briefly. Make sense? Now, if we get a reversal here, right, we'll get a green bar down here. It'll get even more bloodbathy. Make sense? This is kind of like a do we have a turning point higher here or not? Now, with all that said, we are still bearish on the daily, right? The daily is still saying we have more down to go. Right, but just on the intraday 5-minute, intraday 1 minute, intraday hourly, it's bullish. So just for this time period right now, we're bullish. Now, it's 122. So from 122 to 230, it looks like it can be bullish. So we're going to watch it for the next hour every 15 minutes. And see if we're getting new highs, if we're going to get the print, right, the hourly print from at 130 and then from 130 to 230, and see if we have bullish continuation to the upside to at least 412.30-ish, somewhere in there. You can see the flattening up here of the 5-minute. When you see the 5-minute almost vertical, that's bearish, right? When the 5-minute starts to flatten, it becomes more neutral and more bullish. Now, when you guys are watching these lines, you can see the white line is almost vertical. That's bearish. When you see the white line start to flatten out and turn up, becoming more bullish. We know from velocity that at least on the 1 5-minute and hourly, it is starting to turn bullish. That doesn't mean we're bullish like the market for the next 2-3 days. We just know that right now, until we interact up here with the hourly trigger, we're close to it, that there's some intraday relief in the market right now. The White House is saying during his meeting with congressional leaders, Biden will discuss the possibility of launching a separate budget process. I don't know what that means. I'm trying to recall back. Last time this happened was 2010, I think, or 2012, and they had like a separate budget that they were like, okay, we'll run this one for 3 months or something. I don't know if it's something different. Maybe they're trying to break the rules or something. Trading 410.13 right now, 75 cents on 410C. I don't know if they're going to try to circumvent the Senate. I don't know why they're even bothering. But he should just come out and just say, look, this has never happened before, so stop listening to these fucking crazy people. But whatever. They're going to fucking grandstand and politic it up or whatever the fuck it is they're going to do. Trading 410.19 right now. Getting a little squeezy in here. Trading 83 cents right now on 410Cs. $0.82 right now on 410Cs. White House Economic Advisor Rama Murthy saying the banking system demonstrated a lot of resilience. That's hilarious. Fucking highway robbery. We were talking on the show last couple weeks about these fucking big banks wanting to absorb these regional banks. I'm talking about the meetings with Yellen and the counter bullshit she was spewing publicly for you to drink. Meanwhile, she's having backroom meetings with Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon's having fucking dinners with Bill Ackman. They're all sucking each other off so they can, fucking raid scam bullshit banking crisis. It's more greed. More greed until it breaks. It's one of the fascinating things about our markets and our system. They will fucking, the greed knows no bounds. And when it does break, they don't know it's breaking. 410.29 right now, trading 83 cents. These dealers are like, we're not paying, bro. Dealers like, we don't want to pay you. 84 cents right now. 86 cents right now. 85 cents on 410C. Y'all bulled up in here? 86 cents right now. I was thinking about taking it off, but I'm like, man, I'm always early. Like, I feel like I just want to hold it until we get to 412 and then sell it. Force them to pay me. You know what I don't want to see happen is, like, it's always this kind of bullshit, right? They do this nonsense, and then it's like 86 cents still all the way up here. And then I get really pissy about it. Because dealers are like, we're not paying you through 200%. Fuck you. This is what happens. Like, I take the money and run, and it squeezes all the way up here, and it's like, they're like $1.50. Or I hold, and we do this nonsense, and they're 86 cents, and I'm like, fuck, 3 hours later. Can't win. Hey, Wangatang, how you doing, brother? Hope all's well. Trading 410.37 right now. 87 cents. 88 cents right now. 412s are at 10 cents. Now they're at 14. Those are up 40% right now. Yeah, good to see you, bro. Should have bought more calls. Never give man a shame taking profit either, so don't feel like you have to hold all the way up to the end. Remember, if you buy back in somewhere, you can always not go full. I don't know why. I think some of you guys go like full account until you blow it up. Yeah, right now it's this bullshit with the sell side's trying to not capitulate. It's making my eyes bleed. I mean, I'm like, I want to get out on sell side, but I don't want to get out on sell side until like here. Somewhere in here is where I want to sell. Or not sell calls, I mean sell the market. Up here somewhere. Full regard. Until that time, we'll wait. It's like so much drama, dude. Just close your shorts, bro. We'll short again. No one cares that you fucking did it at the bottom. Just close it out. We'll be back. We'll come up here and we'll sell the fuck out of this. I know, Cook Sweet D. I assure you, that if we trade up here, I guarantee you there's going to be some bulls going, let's buy some fucking calls now. I assure you that's going to happen. Nice little squeeze right there. 1 minute chart. Just grind higher. Beautiful little chart right there, right? If price breaks below, but more than likely, this 409.75, 410.06, it's not good for the bulls, so just keep that in mind. It's now 1:32. I mentioned that time frame earlier to you. I said from 1:30 until 2:30, we're going to find out if we switch right here to bearish or if we continue, excuse me, have continuation on for the next hour. Check in with the VIX and see what it's saying. VIX can go down some more. A little bit of a pullback here. We'll see if the VIX can get sold down to the hourly. VIX could like squeeze here to 18 and change, 1850, and then roll back down to 1706. Could be a liquidation break here. I'm going to put it back in the 5 minutes so you can 409.80. Excuse me. Like 409.80. Need to drink more coffee. This shit's like a snoozer. I thought we were doing blanket bans at some, or blanket unbanning on Discord. That shit still hasn't happened. I gotta check on that shit. That was what I was told by the mods. So I know we have new mods in there, a whole bunch of them. What they were saying was that anyone that got banned was like, there was like their 4th ban or something. Like they were like, anyone that's saying they're still banned. I don't know if that's you or not, Nick. I love you. Let me, we're going to do one when we start. We're going to start charging at some point for the, we're going to launch a beta tool with the Discord and start charging every month. And we're going to unban everybody. Everybody gets an unban that day. So it's coming soon. Yeah, it does. It happens that day. So we're launching a website, and what we're doing is twofold. The developer and the cost of data is too high. It's tens of thousands of dollars every month. So when I'm done, it's going to cost me probably $100,000 to get out of the gate. So we're going to do an initial roll of the tool for you guys to have. And we're going to monetize that in the Discord and then turn on the website, and you'll get access to the rest of the tools and shit on the website. No increase in price, that kind of stuff. But it's going to have to fund the launch of the website. It's just ridiculously costing me. Yeah, don't worry about it. I got you. I'm going to unban everybody. Give everybody a chance. It's going to be kind of cool. The cool part, too, is that it's going to pay for the data. It's going to pay for daily briefs to be done. Like, I'm going to pay somebody to do daily briefs. You're going to get a recorded video every night. So we're going to be paying people to provide data and content. Content and then the data itself and the development of this stuff. Because some of this stuff's kind of cool. You should be able to see, like, should be able to get like alerts that were turning down or turning up, that kind of stuff. It'll be really cool. And we got some shit that nobody has. And I've got some stuff. We're going to be, you know how Elon Musk tried to shut down the data coming out of Twitter? We got that data. We got it right now. So we've got what's something nobody else has right now. And then we've got, we're trying to develop paper trading and an options profit calculator, that kind of stuff, so that you guys can run trades with me. It's really cool, but it's just costly. It's fucking costing me an arm and a leg. I'm gonna look at Apple real quick. Yeah, Apple's coming up on a. So Apple's trading above its 1 minute, its 5 minute. I want you to know that the hourly trigger currently on Apple is at 169.01. 169.01. You want to see the price of Apple get above 196 or 169.04. Trading 410.39 right now. 410C's trading 90 cents right now. Burr, baby, burr. Burr. Yeah, I appreciate it, STT. Yeah, and what we'll do is it'll be kind of cool. I mean, it'll be one price. There's going to be a couple higher levels. There'll be a couple higher levels for some other stuff, but you're not going to need it. Furthermore, if you're a poor trader, you're going to be able to get by with no membership. It'll be hard work, but you'll be able to get by. It's worth the money. It's basically this. I shouldn't say that like, hey, this will make you a profitable trader, but it fucking should. There should be no reason for you not to be profitable and no reason for you not to afford it. Should be zero reason why you can't afford this. Trading 410.47, 92 cents on 410Cs. I appreciate it, STT. And here's the truth. I mean, this is the actual truth. I'll be honest with you. I've been doing this now for like 2 or 3 years. Haven't taken any sponsors. I don't make a lot of money. Like I'm upside down, right? Like in whole, I'm way upside down. Way. So the deal is this: like for me to continue to do this, it kind of has to evolve into something that takes care of itself.
Data shows the kind of job market easing that you want to see.
If it doesn't turn, if it fails, if we try this, we launch it and it can't pay for itself, and it can't
get free daily pivot points.
If it can't pay for itself and pay for the data and the people and all of the time and effort for everyone that's been doing this for free for 3 years, we'll just shut it down. I'll just go about my way because I have to be able to trade on my own and pay my own bills, and that's where it's like over time, over the past 3 years, it's kind of where it's at this point. So we'll either shut it down and be like, fuck it, we're going our own separate ways, or it'll begin to like
marginally tightening up lending where you would expect.
It has to grow into something that's self-supporting. It's kind of like a business. It's not a business, but it's like, let's say I'm a woodworker, and I like to woodwork, and then I make these tables, and my neighbors and my friends are like, yeah, I like this. You're like, okay, I'm going to make some tables for you. And then all of a sudden, it's like 10 more people want tables, right? Like, I'm not a business. When I do this because I love it. I don't want to continue to love doing it. I don't want it to get to a point where it costs me too much money or time or the ability to continue to do it. And then you get 100 people that are like, let's fucking make some tables, man. And I'm like, okay, but I can't make 100 tables. But then the initial 10 people are like, I love making tables, and I love your table, and I got my own cool tables, and why don't we make tables together? And so the 10 of us are now making tables. And people like the table. Some don't, but a lot do. And so you're like, okay, what do we do to be able to make tables in the future, and I'll let it continue on as long as people want those tables. And if they don't want those fucking tables, we'll just shut it down. We'll hang out like I know there's like at least a core 100 of you. We'll just hang out and fuck off in a Discord and shit. We'll just be friends forever. We'll just kill the whole Captain Jim James thing. I'd rather just hang out too, to be honest with you. And I'd love to get other talent, like on-air talent and stuff like that. You know, have other people step in. There's people that want to do that in the background right now. There's people that want to step in and do some of this stuff. So, I'd love to, like, I don't want it to be just Captain Jim James all the time. Like, want to have some other people be able to shine and do what they do. You see John Haggerty doing stuff. You see Binky. You see your wife's boyfriend. You see Winky. All kick-ass people. Chaz, Joe Donut, Quinn, a bunch of people working in the background. And, these people, you got to take care of these people, make sure they're feeling good and stuff. Like, their mentality is good. They stay engaged. That kind of stuff. Oh, fuck yeah, I love her as a holy croissant, brother. Got my mad love for you. I love all of you guys. I love everybody out there. Trading 93 cents right now on 93 cents on 410 C's, baby. Woo, doggy. Woo, doggy. Smelling some you smelling profit there, Winky? Oh yeah, Big Daddy. Love you, Winky. 412 C's now trading up 60%. Oh yeah, Don Poppy. Always another trade waiting for us, right? God damn it, Croissant, what are you doing, you savage? Johnny Haggerty, baby. What up, Johnny? I haven't seen, dude. So I gotta tell you, man. John knows, but some of you guys don't know. I am a student of the GOAT. I am a student of the GOATs, and I love that motherfucker. Like, I love him. And I've never been able to bring myself to just beg and plead for him to come on the show. I would love to have him on the show. In a heartbeat, I defended his ass when people were going after him. I think a year or two ago, people were all over him. In earnings season, we started selling, and they fucking torched his ass on Twitter. And I was one of the only accounts on Twitter that backed his ass up. I fucking love that. Not one of the only, but there were a lot of motherfuckers fucking with him. I fucking love that guy. I'd suck his dick. But mostly because he's been such a... whether he's right or wrong, it doesn't fucking matter. That fucking guy trades day in, day out, drops hammer knowledge on people. One of the best streams I've ever watched. Made me a ton of money, so... he disappeared, man. I don't know if he's back out there live streaming or not. Of course, I'm streaming now, so past few years I haven't been able to pay attention or hang out and follow him, but fucking guy is a legend. Period. I know people like to hate on him. And I know that he's pissed a lot of people off out there. Which I find funny because that means he's hitting a nerve for people. You know, this is people, like, this is someone on the internet is making you angry enough that you're raging on FinTwit. I think that's funny as fuck too. Like some internet personality on FinTwit's got such a burn up your ass that you're just pissed off. You're like raging on FinTwit about him. I find that funny as fuck too. I thought he was feeling better. He's still sick with cancer. I thought he beat it. Last update that I'm kind of lying here. I know someone who knows him very well, and as a matter of fact, this person called him recently, and I don't think he answered the phone. That's the last update that I've had. I did ask this person that knows him to call him. Yeah, man, Brian Watt, baby. Brian Watt is the fucking man. He is the man. Squeezing up now. 410.64. Trading $1.02 on 410 C's, baby. Fuck yeah, Rencos. Guy gives free everything, man. I don't know how you can actually hate the guy. I mean, I know the guy that I know he's said a lot of things and like gone on crazy rants, but he wasn't lying. Like when he says like people follow me, hedge funds follow me, major players on FinTwit follow me, I believe him. Like I always believed him on that shit. That they were following him. And I don't blame them for following him. When he was streaming, I would always tune in because I'm like, hey, man, I'm fucking wanting to take a trade. I want to see what the fuck that guy's doing. I mean, that's the key right there, right? You're like, all right, I'm going to short the market. I'm going to long the market. And I'm going to go check it and see what the fuck that guy's doing. Because if that fucking guy is short and I'm going long, I got a fucking good chance that I'm wrong right now. Not always, but a good chance that I'm on the wrong side of that trade. And I know that a lot of those people did tune in. That's the fucked up part, is that the people that hate him on social media, I'm like, you do realize by you freaking out on FinTwit, that means you're actually watching him in incognito mode. You're admitting that you watch him. I find that shit funny as fuck, too. 410.79, 410.82. Squeezing the sell side out right now. $1.17. $1.18. It's getting a little sweaty in here. Is he? Yeah, he's alive. Did he? So I asked a buddy who's friends with him to call him or text him, and I didn't hear anything back. He said he hadn't heard anything. That was the last time we talked to my buddy. Since then, he may have talked to him. But I heard that he was doing better. And I do hope that he's alive and doing well and not fucking dying still. Trading 410.90 right now. I want to note here, if you don't already know, whenever we trade into a round whole number, we sometimes reverse, even briefly. So we're coming into 411. You can sometimes see like the Autobots out there, the auto algorithms will try to sell like $1, right? 411, 412, 413. Big sells on 410, 415, like up and down the market. Just be aware of that. Tony, take it easy, brother. He told you that he got off Twitter because someone threatened his life. I don't doubt that. He was able to make people emotional, right? He has that ability. He can make you very happy or piss you off. We all know that if anybody, even if you love him, you know that you like I said it, I would just tune in. I wouldn't chat with him or nothing. Sometimes he had comments disabled. Then for a period he had them on, and then he would have them off, and he'd have them on. But I wouldn't even converse with him. I'd be like, fuck that, I ain't talking to that guy. That guy's going to shoot me the fuck down in this chat. I'm like, I ain't saying shit. But you already know that when you're watching him that he elicits, or not, I don't know if it's illicit, but he entices like emotional responses out of you. Take it easy, Tony. Am I the only one that felt like that? Like I always felt like I was in the presence of greatness. I didn't ever want to fuck with him. Of course, I'm always like, all I have like 1,000 questions for him. I'd love to do a sit-down interview with him. I would love to meet him, have a beer or a cocktail. Dude, when he used to make drinks on stream and he would try to hide it and get drunk on stream, that shit, he's probably going to say he's never done that, but I could hear the fucking cubes and the little fucking rocks glass in the background. I'm like, I know that sound. I've been there. I've done it on stream. Trading 411.05 right now, just squeezing higher. 410's trading $1.41 right now. But I would like to meet him, like get to know him without knowing too much information. Just like small talk, get to know him, but be like, look, here, I want to meet you, but don't fucking tell me anything. And then I want to interview him long format on like a Saturday or a Sunday, not a live stream, or maybe a live stream, and then answer questions throughout the day from people in the live stream. And I have a list of questions. I have an actual list of questions for him. But just ask him long form questions, have a cocktail with him, and have him on the show for like 2-3 hours, however long it takes. 1, 2, 3 hours, have a few cocktails, and let him just talk, man. Now trading 411.18 right now, $1.43. There's now 376,000 calls on 410C. Woo! You're welcome. Yeah, maybe you guys know him better than I do. If any of you guys out there know him, the one person I know that says he knows him has reached out to him, and I haven't heard anything back. I may have not. I may have actually heard back and don't even know it, but he hasn't reached out and said, hey, he's reached out. But if any guys know him, I would be more than willing to interview him. He's one of, there's like a short list of active traders out there. He's on that fucking list. And he's legendary. And furthermore, if you know who he is and you're young, there'll be a time when you're old and it'll be like street cred that you knew him or you traded beside him on a live stream, or one day when he's an old guy, like when you look at guys like this guy right back here, Victor Niederhofer. I love this fucking guy. Some people hate him, but I love him. Victor Niederhofer. This guy is old now, but he still fucks around in FinTwit. He comes on FinTwit at all hours and knows when a turn is happening, makes comments on FinTwit. Like one day when he's getting older, and you've got this new generation or two of traders underneath you, like another decade or two from now, trust me, you'll be like, do you remember the GOAT, Mr. Yen? You remember Brian Watt? And only if you were here would you have known who he was. So that's a pretty big badge of honor for you to be like, yeah, man, I used to watch his live streams. Yeah, man, I used to trade next to that motherfucker. That guy made me money. That guy made me laugh my ass off, made me cry, made me care about him because he was sick, like all kinds of shit. I'm not going to talk about his personal life on my stream because I think that's probably fucking devastating. I'm never going to broach that subject. That's not for me to talk about. But yeah. You'll hear people right now, like all these old pit traders, floor traders, I hold them in the highest regard. Even if I like them or dislike them personally, I still hold them in the highest regard because those guys will be gone one day. Seller Rage coming in right now. I'm at 411.38. I hold those guys in because they're going to be gone one day. And there's traders that came from the Yahoo days. You meet somebody. As a matter of fact, Eric Hagar is out there, right? That guy was a floor trader during the 1987 crash. He was there. So like you meet Eric Hagar, and you're like, can you just tell me what happened? That shit's invaluable. That shit's lost to history. These are real people, real traders, just like you. And there's value in those people's experiences. Remembering those experiences as a younger trader, trying to dig them for information for yourself as you become an older trader, so one day you can pass that along to another generation. You know, that's the hope, right? The hope is that like a Brian Watt or an Eric Hagar or a Jedi Marcus, or you can just list them off. They're all out there, right? You can just list them off, and these people, if they espouse upon you their experiences, and you can apply them to your own trading, and then when you're an old fuck, when you're 50, 60, 70 years old, and there's some 20 or 30 or 40-year-old, and you're like, hey, look, man, I got to show you an easier way. It probably came from one of those fucking guys. Bob Kendall, there's another guy right there. I fucking love Bob Kendall. That fucking guy taught me more. I used to pay that guy fucking a bunch of money to teach me because of his age, because the fucking guy's been in the market forever. Fucking guy was trading the dollar yen back in the 70s and shit. Like, how do you can't buy that in a book or in a course. Can't buy that shit. Can't even read a book to get that experience and knowledge. You got to like meet those guys, listen to them when they talk, and not that you have to be like, yeah, I am that guy, or I agree with that guy, but you got to listen to those motherfuckers. That'll make you a better trader. Brian has stories to tell from his days in narco law enforcement plus trade, and he should write a book. Absolutely. I don't know. Has anybody ever interviewed him long format, like 2-3 hours? I would even do it over the course of many sessions, like 2 or 3 sessions, and just because he deletes a lot of shit. You kind of have to have been there. He's got no record of himself other than us telling each other stories. That's right, tacit knowledge. Yep. Wisdom, right? Wisdom is a different thing, right? Wisdom comes with time. And wisdom is not cheap or easy to get. It's either through experience or having the ability to put heavy weight on that experience from someone older. Or from your own experiences from fucking shit up. My friends are taking the money and running right now. I'm getting rocket ship text messages right now. That's right, Dane. That stuff's all important. If you're a investor, day trader, it doesn't matter. A little bit of a liquidity break in the market right here. Just keep your eyes on the dome over here, right below me here. You can see that there's no real support here. Trying to do a rug pull. Just be careful if you're going to try to take some money and run. I don't blame you. I'm going to take a look right now. There's some resistance here because of the hourly trigger on Apple. Some sellers stepping in right now. Let's take a look at the VIX in the background. VIX trying to find its legs. VIX traded all the way down to the hourly trigger. So we're going to find out here if we start to bloodbath it. Be careful here. We could get up some blood in the market here. You might want to take the money and run. They're going to try to sell this right now. They're trying to come in right here. Trying to sell this right now. VIX bounced off the hourly trigger. It's trading up into the hourly trigger, or the daily trigger, and the 5-minute. We'll see if it reverses course and heads even lower, or if it begins to bloodbath this close. It's now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going to hear people out there, if we do start to sell, they'll say, oh, we're selling because of the panic for tomorrow's FOMC rate decision. They'll give you that as being the reason. It's not the reason. It's not why we're selling right now. But this is what this would be the idea, is that we sell down into this close. So just be careful of this. They're coming down a little bit sooner to sell right now. I'm going to show you the VIX so you can have an idea of what I'm talking about. So just right here. The VIX coming to the bottom of the 5-minute of bearishness, right? Price is $18.08. Caught a bounce down here. Came back up to its 1-minute. Now it's coming up to interact with the 5-minute and the daily trigger here. Now, if VIX reverses to the downside, we should see a squeeze into the close. If VIX is able, price of the VIX is able to get above $18.20, you will see a bloodbath into the bell at 4 p.m. So if you are a bear or bull, you want to pay attention to the VIX. If the VIX is able to get above $18.27, you are then going to expect a bloodbath into the bell today. So pay close attention as the rest of the day unfolds. And it'll lead you to where we are headed into this bell. On the dome, baby. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes right now squarely on the VIX here. I want to see what happens here. If you're a bull on the close, you want to see price on the VIX get below $17.83. Yeah, I ran a, let me run this scanner once more. Think tight here. So Dash was on my scanner earlier. Or yesterday, Dash was on my scanner, and it's not on it right now. Oh, wait a minute, see if it came back up. Ooh. Hold on a second here. Nope, wrong scanner. Let me run the scanner right now and see what's going on. Yeah, so right now, just a heads up, I have a scanner that runs those tickers. So when I post tickers and say, look at Dash, as long as that ticker stays on the scanner, it's good to go. So that ticker was on the scanner yesterday, and it is not on the scanner today. As a matter of fact, I got 0 tickers on that scanner today. On Dash, if you want some insight on Dash, as long as Dash holds, you ready for it? As long as Dash holds 61.84, the move is still higher. That trade is dead. If we trade below it, I would like to see, though, Dash come back to I don't know if I need it to come back to $60.37. It's still bullish. It's not on my scanner anymore. It's on its hourly, it's not bullish. I'm gonna expect a pullback. But overall, I'm bullish on it. I'd like to see it come back to $60, consolidate, and then rip higher. Yeah, SPY had other plans. Abso-fucking-lutely. But the SPY was showing that we were going to sell the open. SPY was showing the close yesterday we were going to sell. I didn't take the trade yesterday. I talked about it into the bell. I was like, man, normally I take this trade. I should have taken the trade. I didn't take it because it was breaking one of my rules. I was like, man, we got fucking... I was like, we're not going to get a move like this into this rate hike. But we did. We got the move. Actually, this morning before the open, I was like, we don't trade to the rate hike, really. And that's actually what took place down here. We didn't trade to the rate hike. We're just trading where the market is. Yeah, I would like. So I'll show you Dash right here. Hold on. You guys have a lot of questions about Dash? Hold on. So here's Dash. It can continue to go up here. Daily is not oversold yet or overbought. Daily's still good on Dash. Hourly is rolling over though. Some like in the next like couple hours, kind of bearish. But not like hey, sell Dash down to $30 or anything. On a 30-minute chart. So I tend to watch these charts on the 1 and 30-minute. On the 30-minute chart, it looks good right now. The hourly is looking a little bit bearish here, but the daily is looking good. Overall, generally speaking, I like it. I like it right now. I like the consolidation here. As long as Dash can hold 61.86, the trade is higher. Stop loss below 61.86. I am interested in taking the next leg of this trade, though, on consolidation here. Right? Take a long again. Right here with a stop underneath. If we consolidate and it moves higher. I know they've got I think they still have an ER coming out, right? And you need to wear out these sellers here, right? As soon as you wear those sellers out, we're going to close the gap above in the 70s. Actually, higher than that. You got trapped sellers above here. It's 75.97. They have their earnings coming up here. It looks good so far. Also, Uber did very well on their earnings. So I would give the benefit of the doubt to Dash heading into their ER. So we already took this part of the trade. If we can get down to like $60, 60.38, I'd be down to buy this consolidation and squeeze higher on Dash. You have to remember though that market conditions will dictate Dash too, right? You might be like, hey, I'm super fucking bullish on Dash. Why is it rolling over? If the market's rolling over, I just ran a scan in the background on tickers. So normally what I do is this, is I run this scan when the market is selling. And I run this scanner. So when we're in like full fair, when you guys are out there on live. So earlier today when I was in live stream and I was doing some shit and I was like, hold on a minute, I can't talk, I'm doing something. It's because I was running a scanner in the background. And what I'll do is I'll run this scanner when the market is selling off and look for tickers that are not selling off or not. They're not beta. They're high growth stocks. A basket of high growth, recent IPO, like last 3 years, with a bunch of other shit like kick-ass earnings, kick-ass guidance, kick-ass real money coming in. And I have like a basket of this shit. And I'm like, well, if this shit's still going up while the market's selling off, that means that a hedge fund is long this fucking thing. And there was zero came up today. That's a rare thing to see. So when we're selling off, typically at least 1, 2, 3 pop up. Those are usually my best buys. Because if these things are cranking and they're not selling off in a down day, in a panic day, that's bad news, right? So it's not on there right now, so I'm a little wary here. But that was on my list yesterday, or the day before, I think. Yesterday, day before, something like that. Some weakness right now in the SPY. A little bit of a rollover. Going to go down here and retest the 1 minute at 410.22. Find out if we get weak into the bell here. Don't forget, we've got the gap down below, 406.01. We've got the daily trigger as a retest down here. We'll find out where the daily trigger is on the SPY. Doom, 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 baby. Give me more doom into 408.60. The more doom, the better into this 408.60. The more doom, the better into this Fed rate announcement. I like the doom into the rate announcement. 408.60 could either signal a double bottom for the move higher. If the sellers can get underneath this daily trigger, the move is lower to close the gap at 406.01, 405.48. I'm going to ask you, if you're a seller out there, please get me down to 400 or 396 at some point tomorrow. The more selling you can do to get us down there, the better off I am to buy a pretty large, substantial position to go long. Trading 410.09 right now. Some weakness. We'll look at the 5 minute, or we are on the 5 minute chart. Go back to the 1 minute. You can see that weakness right here. Here's the daily trigger down below. Sell side trying to position itself to put a hedge on the market into tomorrow's volatility event. We're going to go over expectations for tomorrow real quick. It's now 2:13 in the afternoon. I'm going to give you some expectations into tomorrow. Well, what I'm expecting into tomorrow. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. Tight here. Okay, we got the gap down below. So there's some old shit left in the some artifacts from before. Let's take a look at this right here. Hold on here. Maybe we got to go to a 30-minute. Is that better? Okay, it's maybe better. So here's a 30-minute chart right here. We got a gap down here, 397, 396, right? Talked about that number earlier today. Been talking about this number for a few days now, 396. Yep, hold on a second here. Let's go to 1 hour. Make it easy. See if I can mute this chat box. Hold on a second here. I got some stuff to do. We're going to mute the chat box right there. We're going to mute my camera too. Main camera, webcam frame. All right, perfect. Awesome. Okay. Let's first go to SPX. No, not SP. SPX. I don't know why it doesn't, no, not settings. The fuck are you talking about? Okay. How do I delete all the drawings here? Delete all. Yeah, delete them all. Okay. 1 day. This is what we're going to look at here. SPX. I fucking hate drawing fucking channels and all this kind of stuff. We're going to do it anyways. This is on the title of my thing today, okay? Make it fat. Right there. And now these are like zigzag channels. Yeah, these are zigzag channels. Right? Negative, 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 right? Trade up, check it a second time, find the support to throw us over. We back check the negative channel, right? Look at that. Back check. Boom. No, the way is higher. You see that? If we had failed this check here, we would know that the way is lower. Supply and demand. Supply and demand. Remember me saying that. Supply and demand. Is there demand or is there supply? Is there more supply or more demand? We were told the way is higher. Okay? So if these were, I'm not going to put zigzag channel. I don't think they have them on this shit, but on Weeble or whatever. But you need to see this, okay? It's demand, 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 right? Sell, 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 right? Sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell, sell. Right. So I just want you to see that right there, okay? I'm going to be aware of this right here. Up here, right? Squeeze higher. What do you got up there? 430. End of summer, August, September. 430, right? Just look at that right there. Right? 435, right? Just sell, sell, back and forth, back and forth. Can we trade above it? Sure. Can we trade below it briefly? Sure. If this is the range that we're range bound in, we always know that sometimes we will trade outside of the range that we're in, right? So we can trade higher. We can trade lower. Just another opportunity to buy a dip. Another nice high to sell, right? Sell the rip on. So SPY, looking on a daily. You see it right there, right? 1, 2, 3. Starting to get a little toppy in here, right? Just cyclically, right? 1, 2, and boo. Trapped your ass. And of course, bears are like, we're going down, man. We're going to do 385, 390, 396. We're going to get a bloodbath. We're going to get underneath all this shit in this bloodbath. Right? But right now, this is a buy zone down here, right? We have that tick right down here. So just tomorrow and the next week, 388, 390. Gap to fill at 396, 398. I'd love to see this get bought down here. Right? So I can buy another dip to go higher. If it squeezes down here and I'm in a call spread for the next 3 months, fine with me. If you get it done in one day, fucking A, man. If you're going to get this shit done on a fucking on rate hikes, I don't think you are. I'll be honest with you. But let's say you did. Right down here. Make sense? I'm looking to buy this shit. You get this shit done in 2 days. 396. 396. That's tomorrow. 396. You know what I'm saying? That's 396. Right down here. Way down here. This one right here. This looks like a speed bump to me. This means nothing. Speed bump. Start fucking trading down here. I want to see us go lower. I want to buy this shit down here. I don't know what that was, but let's look back in time here. This yellow box down here, we pushed it up, right? Pushed it up, came back down, found more demand down here, right? See the demand down here? Spent a lot of time here, right? Just another chance to buy and throw it up. Comes back down. You're going to expect some buyers down here. Make sense? Buyers down here. Huge buyers down here, right? 390, 392. That's my expectation is tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck you're expecting to happen tomorrow. But my point to you today in this stream is, a few moments ago I said to you, if there's any kind of weakness, I'm down to buy it. Just give me the chance. If you can do that in 2 days, 1, 2, and 3, 3 red bar a day, fucking bring it on. I hate shit like this taking 3 days or more than 3 days. Like 3 sessions, I'm fucking down. Right? Told you about this. If I could get this today, I'm down to buy these right here. I already know that we had demand here. Right? And we already knew there's demand there. We found demand right here. We already know there's buyers here. We already know that the bulls are still in charge. We know that if the bulls weren't here, that this way we'd have had a bloodbath into this close. So for right now, we already know we're getting 25 BPS. So for right now, my bearish here, no. I'm just looking for another chance to buy a dip. Just looking for another chance to buy a dip. Whether that's down here at 387, 396, 405, 400, whatever that may be. So if you're a bull out there, and you're looking to put some money on in the market, $20, $30, $100,000, give it to me all day long. Give me any of this down here. Any of it. Even if we're selling May, you give me that, I'll take it. I will run that shit up. Now, so just for tomorrow, this right here, this gap fill down here. So you can delete this real quick. Trash that out. Another little speed bump right here because I already know there's demand there tomorrow. See that demand down here? So if we're weak into tomorrow, into the rate decision, I am going to expect, even if we sell this close, I'm going to expect demand to come in. If we sell this tomorrow, I'm going to expect demand to come in before the rate decision at 405. I'm going to expect it down here. That daily trigger was not. This fucking daily trigger was up here. I'm expecting demand to come in down here, 405, 406. One thing about event vol is between, if we get nothing crazy tomorrow, if we get nothing insano, and any weakness that we do have, this is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. If we don't have continued selling, or even if we do have continued selling, I'm looking to buy a dip on Monday. If we have no bad news tomorrow, we actually have good news. I'm going to be looking for this into Friday. And believe it or not, I'm still looking for that 420 up here. If we get good news tomorrow, right, we get the weakness, and then we start to squeeze higher. I think it's easy for us to close this gap tomorrow. Easy. Easy. So for tomorrow, I'm going to expect our true range tomorrow to be somewhere fail to break below 405.48 and a failure to break above 415.20. I expect this range to get traded tomorrow. If the news is good, I want to see 420 into Monday. If the news is bad, I want to see into Monday 396. Does that make sense? That's how I'm trading it. And you better hope that there's some bad fucking news. Because if that event vol comes off tomorrow and there's no bad news, you will see us close this gap tomorrow. You will see us trade that 414.66. You know what I'm saying for tomorrow? So that's where it is. Bad news. Good news. Squeeze it up, close the gap. Begin to trade it down into that good bad news, like medium news, okay news, whatever, or I guess get down here and then up like that. Hopefully I can buy a dip. Great news. We're fucking blasting off to 420 by Friday. Then we'll come back down here and see about this 396, 390, or 400. Somewhere in there. I do want to warn you. The one thing I have to say about this rate decision is I haven't seen like Fed meetings. I've seen like material directional changes in the market. These fucking rate hikes, not so much. Market has tended to trade like you'll get the initial reactions, but then afterwards we just continue on doing what we do. And you'd have to have like something material bullish or bearish for me to be materially bullish or bearish for me to be like, oh yeah, we're going to all-time highs or something over that news. So there's that 406. There's tomorrow. trap a bear in, something like that, maybe. Down here, maybe you have that bit of weakness right when they announce, and then we start ripping higher. Close out, something like that. That's my expectation for tomorrow, something like that. And I expect us to close this tomorrow, without a fucking doubt. You'd have to have some real bad shit, man. That's my one. I was saying this morning was that fucking Janet Yellen is the only fly here. Janet fucking Yellen. If she comes out tomorrow, I'm gonna be pissed off. If she's out there jerking herself off while he's talking, or they drop the information, and then you get like a surprise Janet Yellen bullshit talk tomorrow. That could be a fly. If you're a bear, you better be begging that Janet Yellen comes in tomorrow and like straight sucks you off, because without her, I don't know what to say to you. You kind of need her if you're a bear. Kind of need Janet Yellen on your side. You know, you don't want Janet Yellen on your side, but she's your only hope. So like this kind of bullshit, panic, and then some kind of ripping face. This will probably go two ways too. It'll probably be a failure. You'll get up there, and then you'll have the interview, and then it'll be something like that. If you hear anything good news, if Janet Yellen doesn't come out and spoil the party, if Fed Chair Powell doesn't get all hawkish, and he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, party on. We're pausing and we're probably cutting. 4:20 on SPY, 4:30 and 4:30 by middle of the month. Get out of the way. You never know, man. You never fucking know. And there are things like some of these charts I showed you yesterday. They're saying that we're getting that news. So some of the indicators are like, oh, we're going fucking up, bro. So no matter what we're doing today, no matter what happens tomorrow, I am fascinated. And Timorous is on that same kind of a thing. Timorous is like, and you see some of the news being dropped today is kind of saying the same shit. Like some of the news being dropped today is like making me scratch my head. You got like sell-side hedge funds being interviewed by Timorous going, the Fed has to be hawkish in its statements because of how the market's just going to run away crazy. And you already know that institutions don't want that. I don't know if you know that or not, but banks love sideways and up. You know, you're like jerking a bank off. Banks love sideways and up. That's their jam. This market is for their clients, man, and sideways and up is their jam. Banks hate getting run over. Hedge funds hate getting run over. Sell-side hedge funds. So if you see that, if you see Jerome Powell say anything that's crazy and they get run over, you're going to see 420, 430 in May. Yeah, you need Yellen. Yellen's like I think Yellen is your key. If you're a bear out, if you're watching this broadcast right now, fucking start sucking off Yellen from now until tomorrow.
$2.21.
It's the only thing you got.
$2.28, and gasoline June futures at $2.
Even though she's a fucking disaster.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
What do you call her? A useful idiot. For a bear.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I don't know that you have anything else. I know that these banks are scared shitless because, you know, if they come out and like you get your 25 BPS and you know a pause is coming for the summer. Like if you're getting 25 BPS and no more rate cuts all summer long, like fucking we're going to party.
$71.66 a barrel. That's down
5.29%
on the session.
I mean, the cocaine is on. If you don't get Yellen and debt ceiling shit, like if Yellen's yelling, this is what my point. Today's whole conversation, talking about the debt ceiling and the shit that I was reading on Reddit. Like, if I was a sell side hedge fund, I'd be like, all right, we need to fucking release the bots because I need to pay off a senator and a congressman and I'm not a senator or a state rep. You need to tell the president and anyone running for the presidency that we have to create some bullshit. If I was Jamie Dimon, I'd be like, we have to stir the shit pot. I'm gonna go have dinner with Yellen and have her go out publicly and scare everybody with the debt ceiling because they have nothing else. If they pause, this fucking market is gonna run. It's going to run. Yeah, Janet fucking Yellen. Useful idiot. I don't know what else to say about that. She's the bizarre, like, so I think that's the only thing you got. I think the only thing you got is that. You need Yellen. She pulled that shit once before recently, so you really need, like, you need the presser to come out, and then you need some, like, stupid fucking interview where Yellen's like, surprise, motherfuckers, I'm on CNBC. I gotta see what her calendar is. Let me just check her calendar and see if she's scheduled to speak. That wouldn't shock me either. I meant to do that and I didn't do it. Calendars and travel of the secretary. Let's take a look. I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing her calendar right now. Detailed guidance and press schedule for Janet Yellen. Yeah, I don't see any of that. Maybe this is all April. Some surprise Yellen shit. If Yellen comes out with some surprise bullshit tomorrow, I'm going to get drunk with you. Because you just can't make that stupid shit up. Let me see if she's got an interview coming. Look at the most recent. It's so disgusting. Yeah, I'm not finding anything. Yeah, I mean, my whole take here is, hold on a second here. Ooh, SPY's looking bullish. SPY's looking spicy here. I mean, I agree with what Timorous is saying. Oh, not Timorous. Timorous trying to interview bears. Not bears, but Timorous is trying to interview banks and sell-side hedge fund heads. We've had that discussion here. We've had that discussion not ad nauseum, but as a matter of fact, we had Miro on one day, and he described it to you as well, right? Banks, institutions have institutional clients. So let's say I'm selling a 401k. I'll keep it short and sweet. Banks don't want real price discovery. Banks want a market that's stable. They want a market that goes to the right and up slowly. They don't like volatility. And they don't like markets that scream higher either. They want consistent returns for their clients so they can say, I had 9 months of consistent returns. We had one crazy month or two, and I shorted the market, and I saved you and your 401k. But look at that. I have consistent returns year in, year out. Now, we might have one bad year every 8 years or 10 years. Or something might have happened that we didn't foresee.
And Brent crude futures.
We had insurance for that.
$32 a barrel. That's down $3.99 or 5% on the session.
You have sell-side hedge funds. They like to step in and sell, right? Make their money, take their money, get out of the market. Market gets bought back up, come in, sell. Just like easy peasy, easy peasy. You see that in the hedging in the market. You see that the banks even influence when they put their bearish seagulls on. When you see JPM collar, that's so that we don't have real price discovery. You don't want to ever have a market that has real price discovery. You don't ever want to see that. You want a stable market, generally speaking, over time. You want a market that goes up and to the right over time. Then you have, of course, the dealers, market makers. It's their market. They want to make money. So that Timorous thing earlier today, somewhere in here, that Timorous thing earlier today is probably, or not probably, it is a plea from banks. And you already know that Jamie was meeting with Yellen. So you know that he's going to tell Jerome and Yellen, you guys don't think that they have those conversations, but they do. Hey, you got to be hawkish. Even if you're going to pause, even if you're going to increase rates down the road, just pause now and increase in the fall or wait and see. We need you to be hawkish. You don't want to see the market. Diamond doesn't want to see the market at 400 or 4,600 in the next 2 weeks. Market's not hedged for it. Dealers aren't hedged for it. Call puts are not there for it. And the dealers in tomorrow would like nothing less than to take all your money. They want you to bet for a market crash. They want you to bet for all-time highs. They're going to want to take all your money. They're going to let you place your bets. Then they're going to actually send the market in the opposite direction until your shit burns. Then we'll go that way. That's right. So I would temper your expectations tomorrow. I would trade this market to the market itself and not to rate hikes tomorrow. Specifically because I've mostly, unless we have a surprise rate hike or cut, I haven't seen too much influence on the market. FOMC meetings in the quarter, those I've seen market shifts. But minutes, I've seen market shifts. But these rate hikes, because we know what they are, haven't seen too much. Can we do a Twitch channel prediction on if SPY will be over 410 or under today? Yeah, we can do that, I think. Let me see if Winky can do that. Winky, you out there right now or no? Winky probably took a break. He took his money and ran. I'm getting the sniffles. Hey, Winky, can we do maybe 2 polls? Thanks, Winky. Let's have 2 polls. How about this? Well, I'll ask 2 questions. Winky, do we close above or below 410 today? Second question, do we trade below 405 tomorrow, 405, and we don't need to do the change. Do we trade below 405.50? Or do we trade to 415? We'll just call it 415. Whoever's fucking closer wins. I guess option 3 would be, do we trade both? I guess let me do it with crayons. Do we trade this and this? Or maybe we'll do it a different way. I fucking hate dealers. Do we trade this and this tomorrow? Like, do we trade to here, into here? Tomorrow, or do we I guess that's option 1. Do we range bound tomorrow, somewhere in here, or do we trade above 415 or below 405 tomorrow? Below 405, above 415, or range bound from 410 to 415 and 405. That's a key question for tomorrow. Big one. And then I think the question for today is, do they pin this fucking thing right into the bell? Or do we get blood into tomorrow? My take on for tomorrow is this. I'll just do it right now. I'll just fucking draw it in there for tomorrow. Right there. Time is that? 11:30. Come back up here. Well, maybe 11:30, 1:30. Pin underneath. And then I think we go up. Failure to close. Yeah, maybe bloodbath. That should maybe right there. That's what I think. Something like that. That's what I think we do. Don't hold me to the exact line. Somewhere in there. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it's some shit like that, isn't it? And some kind of garbage. Kick-ass news, we go way higher. Worst news, we go way fucking lower. Make sense? All bets off above this and above below that. Kind of gross, right? You know what'd be the worst? You know what'd be the worst thing for tomorrow? I think this happened last rate increase. You know what'd be the worst trade for tomorrow? This fucking trade right here. This one right here. Come down. Brief moments, and we close right here. You do that shit right there. Oof. Like, we just get range bound at 408 and 411 tomorrow. Oof. And then Theta Gang just takes over for like 3 days. Theta Gang's out there right now, and they're just like, fuck all of you bears and bulls. That would be classic. They just burn this whole entire thing, close the gap on Friday above here, start selling next week. Dealers fucking just rake in all bulls and bears money. Theta Gang is the real enemy. Close the gap on Friday for the bulls. And then we get relentless selling on Monday. Nobody's short. Yeah, we get Apple too, baby. And we got a bunch of reports too still, don't we? Just range bound this shit. Bunch of reports come out for the next week. You know, we squeeze up and down in the 4 o'clock to 4:15 hour. Apple's done reporting, and then we start selling. I don't know, man. Nice. We got the thank you, Winky, for putting that those questions up. Bill Ackman was. Do you guys? I was talking about this. There was a whole New York Times did an opinion piece where they were Winky and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. There was someone dropped the bomb and was like, "Oh yeah, dude, Jamie Dimon's trying to come out as a statesman. He's coronating himself, like he solved fucking World War or something." I saved us from the 2008 financial crisis. And I'm saving the regional banks now. And then this article, they were like, but he had a private meeting with Yellen, and then he had this is true, he had a private meeting with Bill Ackman. I'm like, these fucking guys, I'm like, these greedy fucks in the background. Sorry for swearing. It's just gross. It wasn't you, Winky. Whoever made that prediction tournament, thank you very much for putting that out there. Thanks for helping Winky out. Did any of you put that prediction tournament on YouTube as well? Did you do it just on Twitch or did you do it on YouTube? Trading 410.81 right now. That's gross, man. Winky and I were talking about. Winky had texted me and said, he's like, I bet you that he wants to buy FRC for under $1, and that they're gonna dump this shit down to the depths of hell so he can buy it at $1. And I was like, son of a bitch. And I bet you that he was talking to Ackman and he's talking to. I'm gonna bet 90% guaranteed that he was out there talking to Yellen and saying, we're going to pause. You guys need to be hot, or you need to be the hawkish one. You need to temper the market. Trading 410.92 right now. I got to do it in Streamlabs if I want both. Let me put I'll do it right here. Hold on. Let me see if I can do one here for YouTubers. Q&A for tomorrow. This is for today. For today, do we close above 410 or below? No, I don't want to do Q&A. I want to do a poll. Above, below, pinned. I'm going to ask you guys 2 questions on YouTube. That's the first question. Do we close above 410 today or below? Or we're pinned to 410? Question for tomorrow for YouTubers. How does tomorrow play out? I'll give you some options. No. Hold on a second here. Poll. Start poll. Oh, I can't do a poll? How about I do a discussion? Start a Q&A. Are we range bound tomorrow? Between 405 and 415, or do we trade and hold above or below those numbers. So here's a Q&A. Discuss this inside of the chat. Yeah, and when we buy into these things, we typically sell. We usually do a bull trap into the close. Maybe we do get the bear trap, Jar Jar. It's possible, brother. I'm still long some calls here too, so. Hourly trigger above at 413.46. Worry Rome checking in. How you doing, Worry Rome? Good to see you, brother. Theta play seems likely. Yeah. Well, not that. Well, so the normal. So Worry Rome saying theta play seems likely. There is like this option 3. The FOMC meetings, we get directional changes. Minutes, we get directional changes. I went back and looked last night and this morning. The FOMC rate decisions have been pretty tame. Like we're trading the market, not the rate hike. So my question there would be, do dealers like take all these bets? Like we're all like, yeah, market's gonna burn. Puts. Yeah, market's going all-time highs. Calls. So we're all loading the fuck up on this, right? Event passes, and this event specifically passes, and they just clean up on bulls and bears. We know that we're at the top of a rotation cycle right now. Knew that yesterday, right? Just a regular rotation cycle, kind of at the top of it. So what you would do is pin the market into like Friday, and then you'd roll it over. As soon as all of these bulls and bears are cleared out, all their shit ends on Friday. You torch both sides, and then you just move right into the rotation down. Into next week. That would be fucking brutal. You get all these people all hot and bothered on this, and meanwhile, Theta Gang just runs it right into Friday.
U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer says Democrats will wait until May 9th meeting before deciding whether to move forward on the clean debt ceiling bill.
So, like, you're right, but you're wrong.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Arun and Viv made a good point. He's saying, I am shorting gold for tomorrow. If the rate hikes goes through, should see gold give up its gains. Yeah, I hope I can sell the VIX tomorrow.
After the clean debt bill is passed.
I would like to see like no bad news and then short. Well, I'm not going to short VIX, but I'd like to see the VIX die tomorrow. Yeah, that's your thinking too. You can play it intraday. Yeah, you can. I think you can play it intraday, but I think we should temper our expectations. So Wary Rome just said, that's my thinking too. Can play it intraday, but for the weekly rates are already known and not a factor. That would be a key point too, right? We may not see like the squeeze or the depths of hell that people are expecting. So like you'd see a failure on either end. You wouldn't even see like death and destruction or major squeezing. You'd see like dick teasing. You know, you wouldn't. You guys all know that like bears have the second largest penis out there, right? Oh, Joe Donut, thanks, man. What'd Joe Donut do? He's the weekly top gifter is Joe Donut. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, Jar's saying billions of dark pool prints at the top, usually before a big move. Last days. Yeah, there was a lot of prints on. There's a lot of prints on 420 on ES. You see that cup and handle there, Chase? You see it there, big boy? There it is, my man. That's right, where we roam. You got it. Thanks, STT Voyager. STT Voyager saying, well, where can we donate? I appreciate that, STT. The best way to donate is the way donations are, man, that they're always trying to take like their cuts. Like 30% to Streamlabs, 30% to YouTube. The best way to donate where I get it directly. Let me get it for you here. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Yeah, the best way to donate is right here. Thanks for asking. Right there, my man. That's the best way to directly donate to support the stream. I do appreciate if you support the stream. It actually makes me feel good inside. This is a free sub. Hopefully this is helping you to make money every day. Hopefully you're learning stuff with us. There's no hidden fees, nothing hidden. You'll never get a DM from me begging for money. You'll never, I don't sell information, and I call people. I don't say it's $100 an hour, none of that bullshit. Discord is free. No, it's all free around here. Been doing this for 3 years free. I appreciate it, STT. Thanks, man. Yeah, Binky's saying the grind is on. I appreciate it, STT, my man. Thanks for supporting the channel, brother. Appreciate it. Oh, the old cup and handle. Old school traditional charting patterns. We got the dragon. We got the stinky dragon back here. Peeking its head above. Do we close the gap before the day is over? Does that happen? Thanks, Diego. Thanks, Santos. Appreciate it, brother. Just some guy says closing the gap would be so bullish. The stinky dragon. I call it the stinky Pete. When they do the creepy crawling up the wall and you don't know what happens and you're like, son of a bitch. They did it yesterday. They did it right here. They did the Stinky Pete right here. This one right here got people. There it was right there, right after the bell. Look at that fucking thing. Like, whoop. We were talking about buying puts yesterday. So this cross right here, I was like, under normal circumstances, I'd be buying the fuck out of 0 dates for tomorrow right here. I was like, but I ain't doing it for, at that time yesterday, I thought that, I was like, oh, we trade just like every FOMC meeting. But then I went back this morning. I was like, nah, they don't fucking do that. We trade this market like it's a market when we do rate decisions. They're going to take your money and run tomorrow. These dealers are going to let you all get all FOMO'd up on bullish and bear moves. I'm going to take all the money. Thanks, Diego. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, dude, I've paid a lot of money to those kind of guys. When I first started, it was I used to pay like $1,000 a month for an alpha bull to come and do a live stream for like 3 hours every week, scheduled. It was crazy. I'd be like waiting, and they'd be like, "Oh, these fucking giant moves all week long," and he's not here. And they'd come on like a Friday at like, he'd like, "Here, I'm here from 1 to 3 p.m." And I'm like, "What the fuck are we doing at 1 to 3 p.m. on a Friday, dude? Like, I need you here when the shit's burning, and I need you here when the shit is ripping face off. And I'm paying you $1,000 every month. I'm like, I need your ass here, like when it's good or when it's bad." And that is a key. We were talking about that this morning. Like the puzzle, putting the puzzle together is like, you need like an alpha there. Like, we're just talking about Mr. Yen. Like when I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go on a trade. I gotta check on that motherfucker and see what he's doing. Is he short? Is he long? I don't want to be short if he's long. I don't be long if he's short. I'm like, I gotta check on him. Like people coming out after the move's already made, man, giving you like the after report. The other one that bugs me too is I'm not gonna name names in this. There's a lot of real high follow accounts out there that are like, I mean, high follow, 7 figure follow accounts. And they word their posts, so they give you all options. They give you like all 3 options and don't commit to either one of them. But it sounds like they're committing to it. And you read it and you take what your bias is and leave. And then if you're wrong, you go back and go, that guy was wrong. And then you read it again and you go, he gave the other side. He was right. In reality, he had just worded it so that you consumed what you wanted to consume. You consumed the content. PayPal is experiencing difficulties. Is it really? Well, let me post. Let me see if maybe my PayPal's been shut down. I had that happen once. They wanted me to do something defined. That's working on my end. There, I'll post one more time. Try this link right here. All right, let's see what you guys are doing here. Q&A. I'm going to end the Q&A. Let me know. How about this? Let me know on the thing. What are your thoughts? So right now we've got most people are saying that we're going to close above 410 into this close. Still have another hour. Majority opinion on YouTube is that we close above 410 into this bell. We have Chase Winter bringing up. We have a cup and handle in here. We have the scene of the crime above at 413.79. We have the hourly trigger above somewhere in this vicinity here. Yeah. If you're just joining us, man, you'll see me. I lose money here. So if you ask people, I get torched here sometimes. I'm not always a winner, so you will see me lose. There's no like after the trade, like I tell you afterwards, like woo. I always tell you before when I enter and when I actually exit. I tell you. Sometimes I forget, but like 95% of the time, I don't forget. I don't know what I'm doing here. Doing something wrong here. Let me say, if you guys are out there watching right now, do me a solid and inside the chat, just post what your thoughts are on tomorrow. 25 BPS, pause, cuts, 50 BPS. My take is that we do 25 BPS. I think we do 25 BPS. I think you get in the presser, you're going to get a hawkish Fed chair. And I also think that you're going to get Yellen, who's going to come out and try to like pull her pants down and rub her shit-stained ass all over the rug like a dog. And try to talk the market down. I don't know. The one whammy here is I don't know that whatever dog shit Yellen says is being put up to say, whatever bullshit she's saying put up to say, and I don't know if whatever J-Pow says can stop the market going higher on that news. And if I was a sell side hedge fund, I would be more afraid of the squeeze than the dump. If it was me, if I was like, yeah, I'm in control of, I don't know, fucking $1 million in a short into the initial, if there's any in the initial press release, if there's any verbiage of a pause, I would not want to be short there. I'd probably lift the short off the market just for that press, not the presser, but the press release. I would be afraid of anything saying pause. And then I would hope to put my short back on once the presser starts so that he can get all bearish or hawkish. Like you hear pause, like pause. You can get fucked up in that shit. That's like we all know that the moment that I think that the war ending in Ukraine is bad for the market, but I think the initial reaction is going to be like fucking 300 points. I want you to know this now. If you ever see a truce or a pause in fighting, ever, like if they just like fart that shit out there, you'll probably see a 100-point move that day and continuation 200 or 300 points. I don't care where we are. Squeezing now, trading 411.45. 410 C's trading $1.52. 412s called those out earlier at 10 cents. Now trading 28 cents. Told you earlier that the dealers are not pricing those in. 412C now trading 29 cents, 30 cents. 300% trade on 410C, baby. Burr. Burr. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. There's a PayPal link. John Klopp, appreciate it. 412C. Trading 300% right now. 200. I guess that depends on how you count it. 200%. Chase Winter calling out the cup and handle squeeze higher. Woo, doggy. Chase in the house. Making people money. Alpha. 411.51 right now. Remember the red. Remember we talked about this line up here. Remember the arrows. Remember I told you I wanted to take a short. Ooh, career low. Don't forget, AMD reports at 4 p.m. today. Let's take a look at AMD. Oh, baby. AMD with a report today. All young new traders. All the highly regarded Wall Street bettors, when they get their start. All the old timers on Wall Street bets like, just trade the S&P 500. They're like, fuck no, man. I want to trade the ape stocks. And so they lose all their money, and then someone finally goes, all right, how about trade AMD? And they're like, ooh, I love video games. So that's usually the way that people get, people like settle down a little bit. It's like a nice, easy ticker to make money on. Usually, at least it was at one time. Nice cycled ticker to trade. Buy the dip, sell the rip. AMD 30-minute chart. Oh, dude, Winky, this looks good, man. Like, you see this down here, Wink? You're like, Winky, this is a blessing down here. See where my cursor is down here? Watch my cursor down there. See that yellow down there? Oh, man, that's just begging for a green day, isn't it? Just begging. Might get an initial rip down, but, dude, I'm telling you what, man. Sitting on its weekly, its monthly. Sitting on a cluster right now. Dude, Winky, you can't get too much more bullish than this, bro. Like right down here, right? Boom. This is monthly. This is its weekly. Price starting to crest above. One trigger, hourly trigger, 5-minute trigger, 1-minute trigger, daily trigger. Where does it go? 95.52, baby. 94.50. It's at 90. Oh, Winky, baby. Ooh. Oh, Winky, dude. They're going to be like, AMD is going to come out and be like, yeah, all these people want their own AIs, so we have shit tons of orders for AI stuff. No. It's not bullish here. I have a white paper for you guys. I have a white paper here for you guys to show what's bullish and what's bearish. Hold on, I'll show you guys an AMD. Ready? That was a good question. Who said that? FB said that? It's a good, fair point. Ready, FB? I got something for you. I got something cool for you, FB. So here's AMD. 30-minute chart, okay? This is when AMD looks bearish. Right there. See it go down? Right here. AMD looks bearish, and it went down. See it right there? Right here, AMD looked bearish. Went down. Well, it took longer to go down in that one. Took a few more days, but we charted it right there. It still tagged it, though, right? So when we're down here, we're bullish. Bullish. This one right here, didn't see it. But there's another one that's you guys can't see on this chart. It's somewhere else. Bullish. Right? This is this is extreme bearishness, bearishness. So right now, and cyclically at least, and this is on intraday. The green is intraday. Bearish, bullish. Right here on its own looks bearish on the hourly, but on the daily looks bullish. So my point here is that AMD looks like weak into the close, but into tomorrow strong. Does that make sense? Where I'm getting that from? Yeah, you bought $12 shares a few years back. Should have held them. Yeah, I like AMD. I like it for a new trader. I feel like a new trader can make a lot of money in AMD. It's a kick-ass. Like, I used to remember back in the day with AMD, you could just like buy a dip, hold it for 3 weeks. It was just like a money printer. You could sell it 3 weeks later or a week or two later, collect some money, go right back in and buy it. It was a great ticker. I'm going to look at it right now in the background here. I fucking love it. I used to love AMD. Like one of the simplest tech trades you could do. It's a beautiful thing, man. I'm going to look at it right now. Yeah, man. Back in the day, dude, AMD, oof, it's just perfect. Such a great ticker. I'm looking at it right now. Man, AMD was so awesome. Like roll over by the dip. 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 Even when it was going down, roll down by the dip. Roll down by the dip. I fucking love this ticker. Yeah, I didn't buy AMD back then. This is like 2000. Oh, I want to say. Yeah, this had to be like 16 or something, somewhere in there. 16, 17. 2016, 17, somewhere in there. Might have been 15 too. Yeah, I liked AMD. Do we close 410 today, above or below, or pinned? Above 59%, pinned 22%, below 18%. We've got it's 3:21. Still have 40 minutes left until the close. Man, this is turning into an eye bleeder day for me. I'm tired. Are you guys tired or what? I'm thinking of it from the perspective, well, I was like, yeah. I was like, that run's probably over. Like all that COVID shit. Now it's like Taiwan and China. And now it's like Chegg. Like Chegg just got taken out, right? It's like, that's a no-brainer trade. I missed that trade. That was a no-brainer. Everybody knows that students are using it. Why would you need Chegg when you can go to Chat GPT? No-brainer. But on that same token, with this whole AI trade bullshit, Elon is buying up. It's public now that Elon was buying up NVIDIA shit. Like he's got $250 million in orders. AMD is going to be a part of that. So you've got this mad gold rush for computing power. So all the Bitcoin miner shit was that went away kinda. People at home kind of went away, but now all of a sudden you got Taiwan, and now you've got Chat GPT and OpenAI, and so that there are companies. If I was a company that was threatened by AI, let's think about this from the perspective of what's that shitty truck company that was a fraud? Nikola. So all those huckster fraudsters, that there's going to be companies out there that are going to tell you, Chegg didn't do that, but let's pretend it's a Chegg. They're going to be like, hey, look, man, we bought a shit ton of processors for AI, and we're in negotiations with some developers right now. Now, I don't care about that Nikola company being a fraud. I care that they bought that shit, spent the VC money. And that's the key, right? So if they're the makers and developers of that stuff, and they're going to get hammered with orders, you're going to see these companies come out and be like, "Yeah, man, we just got shit. We're so booked far out in orders right now, we can't even fill them because of all this hype." And you already know these companies are going to be having orders out the ass for this computing power. And Elon did it this week or last month or so. We're talking about them. He's quietly been buying that shit up now, right? Hey, Jimmy, you're tired, man? Dude, Jimmy, I would love to hang out with you, man.
So Biden economic advisor Bushi says that Fed interest rates hikes are to reduce inflation, and they're having a negative effect on the banking sector, and says, why would we add to that?
Schumer is saying he wants a full 2-year debt ceiling extension rather than shorter-term bill. These guys are clowns. Pentagon saying that new inflow of U.S. troops to arrive at U.S.-Mexico border as early as May 10th. That was an hour ago. Munchin says, I don't think that the U.S. is going to default. Now, the Pentagon is saying there's new U.S. troops arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border. That's good for our GDP, right? We build more military equipment. We pay in more soldiers to be out there. We talked yesterday and the day before about how war is good for a soft landing. It's gross, but it's good. Proxy wars. Wells Fargo CEO says U.S. default would be a gigantic problem. That guy's an asshole for saying that. He knows that the U.S. is not going to default, never has, and never will. Or not willingly. We'll go to war over that shit with another country. I'm sure it's not going to happen here in the States. Biden campaign planning fundraisers featuring the candidate as soon as next week in New York.
Forex and stock instruments. Get a free trial.
I bet they're going to make some good jokes about that. Orsag is saying Fed should not hike rates this week because regional community bank pressure is disinflationary. Legislation to change deposit insurance is very unlikely. Same person. Biden will make clear to Congress all this positioning by these fucking political hacks, man. I can't stand all politicians. I can't believe we're here with our politicians. Disgusting. Here's a note for you. If you are on the trade that we were discussing yesterday for what the fuck is the name of them? Sorry, I'm getting tired here. Damn it. What's their name? We've been talking for 2 days. Hold on a second here. If you're on the dash trade, Uber is seeing higher frequency for food delivery. Uber is not seeing signs of slowdown in delivery. That impacts Dash. Trading 411.37, 411.36. Close the gap into the close. Oh, man, it's such a yawn fest. Let's see if we can synthetically trade AMD through Qs or S&P the first 15 minutes of the close here. Maybe we should run a poll to see if AMD goes up or down. I'll ask you guys that question on YouTube. I'm going to start a poll on YouTube here. Does AMD beat or burn? I didn't ask on Twitter.
Currently sitting at 152 million to the sell side.
Yeah, only NVDA can compute. Only NVIDIA can compute it right now, right? Yeah, I can't stand Intel either. Yeah, NVIDIA's, I read that too. We talked about that, I think. I want to see, I didn't ask the question in Twitch. I just asked the question in YouTube. Does AMD beat or not? I think that they beat. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. They just have to fucking fart AI. What would be crazy, Winky, is if inside their guidance that they're like, oh yeah, we're working on being able to compute artificial intelligence. Fucking stock would go to like $200, wouldn't it? So then, what do you think? So what do you think, Winky? Do they go up or down? Does we go up or down, Winky? Does it go up or down? Give us your answer. If it goes up, Winky, what's your price target? Tell us all. Break out the crystal ball, brother. I guarantee if they say some bullshit like that. Okay, so what's the price target? And it holds $95 to $102. And you're thinking you're not going to close the calls before the bell. You're going to hold them into tomorrow, right? You're diamond handing. You got a girl's best friend, diamond hands. I'm telling you, dude, that shit would go to the moon. That shit would moon. Intel wouldn't do that shit. Intel's like, that CEO is not down with that shit. AMD, I wouldn't put past them. Yeah, I don't think it would matter. I don't think their deck matters. All they have to say is, well, we're working on fucking AI and like, just breathe it. Just say artificial intelligence. Woof. Oh, 410.70. Everyone said we'd close above 410. You sure it'll be entertaining? SPX, they were cranking, man. They were fucking cranking. Yeah, they're starting to top out. They're getting crispy. You want to see Starbucks? Hold on, I'll show it to you. It's getting to that point. Good call on Starbucks. Dude, Starbucks is just vicious. Starting to get toppy on Starbucks. See right here? Watch my cursor over here. Let me see if I can change the color here so you can see it better. Maybe we'll do red or orange. Ready? Just right there. A little bit of pullback here. Same thing right here. A little bit of pullback, continued pullback to the downside. Starting to get a little toppy up here. I don't know if I'd short it. That's the thing about Starbucks, man. It's hard to short this shit. It's still extremely bullish. Like, we're trading above the monthly, the weekly, the daily. It's a little toppy here, but I'd be looking to buy a dip at 107.52. Possibly 102, but in all honesty, would not be shocked to see the dip get bought at 108. You really want to see it break below. Like, this is like where you start to see stuff. Well, not even that. See the daily here? See how price went below the weekly, the daily, and the hourly? That's bearish. Break below the monthly, bearish. Like, that's where you see the big moves. So just over here, like big down moves. Right now, I can't say that Starbucks is done. Maybe take profit, but I'd be careful of this. You want to see price like get below the daily. You want to see the hourly follow it and price to be below both the hourly and the daily to start getting bearish. I would say if you're long Starbucks, take the money and run. Look for the next dip buy at 108.19. There's a lot of work that needs done for Starbucks to get like that bloodbath shit that you're looking for. Some targets below, 108 flat, and then 102.76 and 96.84 on Starbucks. Good. That's a good one to call. Good call out, by the way. Chase is saying he shorted it on that cup and handle pump, switched to 410 puts for tomorrow and 410 and 405 for Thursday. So Chase doesn't believe in the, I guess, yeah, 410, 405 is not bad. Chase is being, he's actually placing some good trades. He's not being like crazy bear. Winky face, to summarize, AMD 95 to 102, CVS greater than $75. Starbucks 108. Those are my thoughts. Starbucks looks dumb at 2021 levels again. Chase is saying on weak consumer. Winky's saying they also charge $8 for coffee now. Start the bear music. AMD calls will have high implied vol. I would only buy the shares, not the options. Yeah, I like the idea of that too. Hey, Sloth, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. Oh, boy, you want to see it? Why don't you guys call out shit that's about to turn? You guys are always calling out shit that's like cranking face off. NVIDIA's getting weaker. I'll give you that. Retracement possibly to 268.98. 268.98 target below on NVIDIA. Still bullish. Or it's topping. It's still topping. Let me look at it on a bigger time frame. Not a time frame, but I have a secret sauce. I have a secret sauce rollover chart I'll look at here. Like a crash predictor. It works on tickers that are ready to start rolling. Dude, oh man. Oh, that's on SoFi. I got the crash predictor on SoFi. I need to put it on NVIDIA.
So we're looking again now to the early market on close imbalance that is still sitting at 152 million to the sell side.
You know, it's hard to say, man. Like NVIDIA, yeah, it's like way overbought on the quarterly, the monthly, the weekly. My only issue with NVIDIA in tech in general on these time frames is could the topping process in NVIDIA take all summer? I'm serious. We're coming into like a seasonality where tech outperforms once again. So if you get a dip to buy, let's say in May for NVIDIA, I would not be shocked to see it go higher for the summer. Like, there's probably buyable dips in NVIDIA, but dude, when that shit does roll over, it's going to be fucking crazy. If it's in September, October, that it truly rolls over, it's going to be epic. But I'm telling you, man, like, these tech companies this summer will probably have buyable dips, which is insane to say. I would expect on NVIDIA, the deepest that you'll see this summer will be 224.81. If you're going to short this shit, as the weeks pass, that number comes up. That 224 comes up every week. Comes up $5 every week. 268. You might get 225. So maybe next week 230. In May, 230, 235, 240 possibly. 230. I would put in the money shit on NVIDIA. I'd be really scared on like we're seasonally coming into another buying season on tech, believe it or not. Now that sounds fucking crazy. Like if you're a tech bull, you're just like begging for selling May. And price will matter. Like if we don't get price below 380 in May, and I don't think that we do. I think like if you see like SPY at 396, I'd be looking at the price of NVIDIA. Matter of fact, just put an alert, like ask CaptainJimJames if SPY hits 396, ask CaptainJimJames what he thinks about NVIDIA then. Like any time in the month of May. Trading 410.88, 410.85 here. We've got, we still have 17 minutes left. Shit's dragging ass. Yeah, there are numbers showing up into end of summer and into end of, like, you know, we know we have sell in May. You know that we have volatility with the debt ceiling. You know that we have usually the fall is like fucking sell it. Sell the hell out of it, right? Like September, October, we're selling the shit out of the market. Right now I'd be wary, or not wary, just measured in those known vol events that we have. Like if we traded like 400 to 440 for the entire summer, it was just like up and grinding to the right and up, some kind of explosive move in the end of summer. We finally get that all-time high or something stupid, or we get that in Christmas time, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa.
So
it'd be really measured.
The early market on close imbalance.
Not that we can't.
152 million to the sell side.
Just I'd be measured. I'd be looking for dips to buy.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
If you see the market pause rates this summer, you're going to see an explosive movement in the market with money. If rates pause, that means inflation continues to rage. It means that people are going to put their money to work. That's what it means. Now they're going to put their money in the stock market. Whether that's the wise thing to do or not, doesn't matter. I'm here with you, Winky. I'm holding some calls into this close right here, man. I want to see if I can catch anything off AMD the first 5 minutes or so. I got some money out there. This is all Daler bullshit in here. I want to see the squeeze up. I don't know if Kwanzaa is real. I think it is. I think I know people that celebrate Kwanzaa. People celebrate what? Festivus. They celebrate Christmas and all kinds of different shit. I want to see this AMZ just burn. I want to see AMD just like rip faces. We'll put it up here in just a minute. I'll do a I'll put the AMD chart up as we Yeah, dude, look at all this buying on AMD. Buy. They love buying AMD. AMD never joined in the rest of tech going higher. The quest for all-time highs on tech. AMD's high was 164, 173. Never really truly joined in. It's got a massive bull cross on the daily chart. On trend, it's on a low right now. It's a great looking chart, Winky. Even if it's a bad ER and it burns, man, chart looks beautiful. It looks gorgeous, man. Like if there was a chart set up for a good ER report, this is it. It looks like it to me. SPY week right now, trading 410.72. Dealers coming in right now. These aren't sellers. These are dealers. Trying to clean up the options chain. I'm watching the options chain right now.
So we're looking again now to the market on close imbalance. It is currently sitting at 2.1 billion to the sell side, just waiting for the final orders. Market on close imbalance settling at 2.2 billion to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE at 2.2 billion to sell.
Yeah, I like this. I'm looking at just a daily chart on AMD. I like the setup on it. It looks nice. Like some charts going into the reports look like absolute dog shit. The daily chart looks great on it. I don't care if it goes down. Just looking at it right now on a daily chart, it looks beautiful. It looks like it's been shorted to hell. Looks like there's a huge hedge on it. I don't know what the short interest does on it, but it looks like it is. Looks like it didn't get to participate. Didn't Workhorse? Didn't they just get into a bunch of? Aren't they tied into a bunch of craziness with? Who just posted that? Rashad. Hey Rashad, didn't Workhorse or whatever just get dragged into all of that? EV car maker there. What's their name? Lordstown. Aren't they like all trapped in that disaster? Let me know, man. He made a comment saying WKHS could now get a piece of SPX contract. The total contract is work for $1.2 billion pending with OSK to meet fulfillment. An $8 price target given to Workhouse today. I think I was talking about OSK the other day. I'm not sure, but I think they came on my list yesterday. OSK was on my scanner yesterday. Spine out squeezing up. Terrible bell right here. This is making my eyes bleed watching this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm here for AMD for the first 15 minutes after close. Rashad, let me know, man. I thought they were tied into all that bullshit with Lordstown. Well, not bullshit. It's not bullshit. Kind of knew Lordstown was bullshit, right? Rashad, can you say something about that? Can you comment more on that, Rashad? Comment more on that in the chat, or else I'm going to ban you. I'm truly interested. I'm not mad that you posted that about Workhouse, or Workhorse. I just want to know more. All right, we'll make that simple then. Rashad, are you out there? Are you alive? That sucks. All right, there you go, buddy. Done. Hidden on the channel. That was easy. Let's see what AMD does. I'm watching it here in the background. Okay, so we've got
4:05 p.m. Eastern Time.
5 minutes left. As we come into the last few minutes of the bell, I'm going to switch over to AMD.
5 minutes after the bell.
Sexbot. Sucks because I mean, I'm not anti talking about it. I want to know, like, is that just bullshit? Is it not bullshit? Yeah, I don't like that one. I'm like, really am interested. AMD. Let's go to the 1 minute. I'm not being facetious, maybe. Maybe I sound like I'm being facetious. I'm not being facetious here.
Review ahead of Starbucks' earnings here. So their estimated EPS seen at 65 cents. Their estimated revenue seen at $8.42 billion.
I think Wiki said 95, right?
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock.
I'm wrong on that, Winky. Let me know. I think it said 195 and 103. There it is, right there, baby. 103.64. Let me see if I can get some other targets here in the last few minutes. Dude, it's on a cluster right now, Winky. AMD still sitting on an hourly, daily, minute, 5-minute cluster. 4-trigger cluster on AMD on the daily chart, or on the daily velocity there at the bottom of the channel, which makes it bullish. They've got some weakness on the hourly chart here. Down below, some targets. 85.50. $83.99. I like the stock, I'll be honest. Upside targets. 95.52. Man, dude, I think it's the moon, baby. 114, dude. I got 114 on here, not 105. Winky's got 103. I got 103.64 and 114. Winky's got 105. And I got 114 and change. 114.65 or something. I didn't look to see what the implied move was on AMD. Let's find out right now. AMT with some wild. AMD should move. A lot of buyers in the bell. Big green bars on AMD right now. Big share buyers here. Oh, whoa.
So in 5 minutes' time now, we are expecting Starbucks to print Q1 2023 earnings, estimated EPS of 65 cents, with an estimated revenue of $8.42 billion.
I'm interested in seeing what Starbucks has to say because their chart does not look as good as AMD's chart. But I agree with you, Winky, man. $8 coffees, dude. Got to be making money in $8 coffees. Starbucks now blasting off to 114.71. Hit the low side at 114.07. Starbucks with another green bar right now. AMD squeezing higher right now. Hey, thanks, James. Appreciate it, brother. 66% of you said beat on AMD. 33% said burn. AMD cranking right now. Not cranking, but it's trading $90.08 right now. Kind of flat right now. What time is Starbucks reporting? Hey, Binky, take it easy, man. AMD climbing higher, Starbucks climbing higher. Yeah, I'm sitting here until 4:15. Definitely. Yeah, I'm still loaded. So I'm still sitting in with all these I'm still sitting in with all these calls right now. They're at 95 cents, 89 cents.
We are shortly expecting earnings from Starbucks.
Is this some kind of bullshit where they print this shit at fucking 4:15? No way, huh? ChatGPT confirms a data breach. Starbucks ripping faces off right now. Up 0.82 point or 1.36%. Starbucks just killing it right now.
So seeing Starbucks earnings coming through now, adjusted EPS a beat at 74 cents on estimates of 65 cents. Net revenue a beat at $8.7 billion on estimates of $8.42 billion. Getting live.
Wow, running the scam on Starbucks right now.
That's a beat on the estimates of minus 9.86%. North America comp sales also a beat at plus 12% on estimates of plus 9%. International comp sales also a beat at plus 7% on estimates of plus 1.51%. So the US comp sales are also beating at plus 12%, estimated at plus 8.91%. So comp sales overall, regions collected is also a beat at plus 11% on estimates of plus 7.33%.
Starbucks with beats all around. Starbucks trading like a dude. I'm watching Starbucks right now, and I'm like, this is gross. You're watching Starbucks right now, taking the money and running. These are algorithms going, thank you very much. Yeah, you can't lose, can you? Starbucks chart was looking kind of overbought. That doesn't mean it doesn't go up here or it doesn't close the day strong. But you're just watching the algorithms right now on Starbucks, and it's just disgusting. So I'm going to run it up, sell, and buy it again, sell. Not much happening on SPY after hours, up 0.02%. I'm sticking around here to see if we can get AMD to release at least the numbers. Their guidance call is at 5 p.m., but I would have figured we'd have gotten the numbers at this point. Oh, you had an Amazon put? Yeah, that pre-market sell-off? I'm still sitting here and playing arbitrage with the fucking robots on SPY here. Six more minutes, then I'm out of here. 7 more minutes, then I'm out of here. Yeah, you know who else is like that too is, you know that shit's going to leak before 4:15. Intel's the same way. That or the old CEO. Is he still the CEO of Intel or not? Remember when he used to drop the Intel earnings like the day before? Like a day. Remember when that shit would happen? That like Intel would be like, "Yeah, we're gonna drop the earnings," and he would publicly come out and say, "Fuck options traders." Yeah, Starbucks chart looked like it was still overbought. Makes me wonder if even with those good earnings, if they're going to sell it. I'm not getting a reaction right now on AMD. I'm hoping that someone's got the juice on AMD. Still 500,000 contracts on 410C sitting in the market right now in SPY, so I'm like, is something going to happen here? 11 minutes left. Oh man, this is a real fucking yawn fest. How about this? I'm gonna turn the stream off. I got 5 minutes left. I'm gonna watch this in the background, and I'm gonna put a sell order in case we don't get it at 4:15. So I want to see this. I just want to see. I want to see MD do this big giant green bar up, and I want to see a reaction here on the SPY. But I don't think I'm gonna get it. Sometimes though, I'll close this shit early, and they'll hit it when you're not paying attention right into the 4:15 hour. Oh, did Ford Motor beat? Take it easy, Mike. Come on, give me the fucking squeeze on AMD. 4 minutes left. See you tomorrow too, Mike. Ford making its way back right now. AMD dicking around. Doesn't somebody have a leaked report on AMD yet or no? Come on, give it to me. I was making my eyes bleed watching this. Dude, like this whole second half of the day, I gotta be honest with you, if you're still on the stream right now, second half of this day, I was like, oh, I could just take off the rest of the day right now. I was like watching the end of this day unfold, I was like, this is killing me here. I cashed out 20, but I still have 10. I've got 10 on 410 still. I'm trying to get some arbitrage into this bell right here. But I'm still up. I'm still ahead right now. Oh, AMD. Ooh. AMD. A little bit of blood on AMD right now. A little bit of panic selling. A little bit of panic selling on AMD right now. I only have 2 minutes left, too. I have been in this situation many times. And I've closed. And then like 20 seconds later, it doubles in price. I'm not seeing it right now, though. My plan here was hoping that AMD would just go straight green bars up before 415. Not happening right now. I knew it. Not knew, but I figured it would be like 414, 415. So I'm going to end up allowing these calls to close whatever the closing price is. They're trading 80 cents right now. I've held these fucking things since they're up 100% or something. Not 100%, but they're up like, they're probably up, I don't know, I got to check here. I think my DCA was in the high 40s, maybe the 50s or 60s. So I'm green no matter what. But I'm trying to capture this last fucking minute. They're not giving it to me. I'm getting burned right now. In this last minute, I'm getting torched. We're at 79, 77. 83. That's good to see. They were at $1 earlier, so I'm getting fucked here. They're not going to give it to me before the bell. This shit's intentional. Yeah, it was worth the trade. 78 cents was the closing price on them. 90 cents was the ask. All right, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I look forward to doing the FOMC with you tomorrow. Stay frosty, stay salty. For tomorrow, I'll see you guys at 9:30. I'll try to get here early at 9:30, but if I can get here earlier, I will. For tomorrow's FOMC, I'm not expecting too much, man. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to expect too much out of that tomorrow. I have this feeling. Oh, AMD after the bell, dude. Woo! Oh, AMD.
Western Alliance were seen as disturbing. Both shares were down at least 15%. The financial industry weighed heavily on the S&P 500, which sank almost 2% at one point before trimming those losses. So all of these factors combined are only deepening a sense of uneasiness among investors about the Fed's conundrum. In addition to the financial strain stemming from bank failures, officials remain caught between stubbornly high inflation and data pointing to an economic downturn, such as today's jobs reports that fell to the lowest level in nearly 2 years. So whilst swaps are still pricing in a quarter-point Fed rate increase tomorrow, traders have trimmed their bets on a further rate hike while amping up wages on cuts before the year is over.
Come on, AMD. Come on, baby. Get up there, you dirty dog. AMD trading 91.86. Is BBY dead? I haven't looked at it. I looked at it this morning. Is it at 0 finally? I think it was at what, 7 cents? Oh, it's at 7 cents, man.
Buy to the tick. Get
Oof.
Points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up.
Oh no, it's even lower. Come on, AMD, do it. Don't let Winky down. Tag that lower bar down there. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I can't do this shit anymore. So they got a beat. Yeah, thanks. I'll see all you guys tomorrow, 9:30. It's weird. The news quack is saying that the traders. This is bizarre, man. I'm reading some of this shit I'm reading right now, like just the day after Wall Street breathed a sigh of relief. FRC itself, blah blah blah. They're saying that traders have reduced their bets on further rate hikes while increasing their bets on rate cuts before end of year. Yeah, we've already been doing that. Okay, so I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30.